We all want to understand ourselves and others better. It is one of the most empowering things we can do in life. Have you ever stopped to wonder why you naturally connect with some people while finding it harder to relate to some other people? The answer lies in our personality types. By understanding personalities, we can unlock the key to better relationships, greater empathy, and personal growth. Today we will take an exciting journey into the world of personality types, because here we are going to explore the 9 unique types defined by the Enneagram. Personality is what makes each of us unique. It is the combination of our thoughts, it is the combination of our feelings, and it is the combination of our behaviors that define who we are. While our circumstances, upbringing, and education, they play a significant role in shaping us, but our core personality remains steady throughout our lives. It's like the foundation of a building, hidden, but essential for everything else to stand strong. By understanding our personality and those of others, we create the opportunity to strengthen this foundation, helping us to navigate life with more ease and more confidence. So, why does understanding personality types matter? The truth is, most of us spend a lot of time guessing why people act the way they do. We might misinterpret a quiet person as being disinterested, or highly energetic person as being overly pushy. But when we take the time to understand personalities, guesswork is replaced with clarity. This knowledge becomes a tool. This knowledge becomes a tool for better communication and deeper relationships. Imagine being able to predict how someone will react in a stressful situation, or knowing what motivates a team member to perform at their best. Whether we are leading a group, working in a team, or building friendships, understanding personality types, it helps us connect and collaborate more effectively. One of the most powerful tools for exploring personalities is as we mentioned earlier, Enneagram. This ancient system, it identifies 9 unique personality types, each represented by a number from 1 to 9. The beauty of the Enneagram is that it doesn't box people into categories. Instead, it reveals the core motivations and fears that drive our behavior. Think of it as a map that guides us to understand not only ourselves but also those who are around us. The Enneagram is a powerful system that identifies 9 distinct personality types, offering insights into why we think, why we feel, and why we act the way we do. These 9 types are the perfectionist, the helper, the achiever, the individualist, the investigator, the loyalist, the enthusiast, the challenger, and the peacemaker. Each type is represented by a number from 1 to 9 and reveals core motivations, and reveals strengths, and reveals challenges. Rather than labeling people, the Enneagram helps us understand ourselves and others on a deeper level, fostering empathy, fostering personal growth, and stronger connection in our relationships and daily lives. Perfectionists are driven by a need to be right. They are disciplined, they are meticulous, and they are reliable individuals who thrive on structure. These are the people who ensure things are done the right way, following rules and guidelines. Imagine someone like S.S. Rajamouli who organizes their day to perfection with everything planned down to the last detail. This ability to create order and structure, it can be inspiring for teams and organizations. But perfectionists, they are often set extremely high standards for themselves and for the others. They may feel frustrated or angry when things do not meet their expectations. For instance, a perfectionist might spend hours correcting tiny errors in a report even when it is already excellent. While their dedication to quality is commendable, but perfectionists, they must learn to embrace flexibility and accept imperfections as these are a natural part of life. Next we have the second one, helpers. They are motivated by the need to be needed. Helpers are warm, compassionate, and supportive people who deeply connect with others. Think of the friend or think of the colleague who is always ready to listen, who is always ready to help, and who is always ready to offer support. They remember birthdays, they bring gifts, and check in when we are feeling low. Helpers remind us of the importance of human connection and kindness. However, their desire to help, it can sometimes lead to emotional over-dependence. They may feel unappreciated or drained if their efforts are not reciprocated. For example, a helper might go out of their way to assist a co-worker but feel hurt if the gesture is not acknowledged. To grow, helpers should focus on setting boundaries and recognizing their self-worth beyond the approval of others. Then we'll see the next personality type, achievers. Achievers are the go-getters. They are the go-getters among us, focused on success and constantly striving to meet their goals. They are ambitious, they are energetic, they are goal-oriented. They are goal-oriented individuals who inspire to their drive and determination. Picture a person who works tirelessly to climb the corporate ladder, always taking on new challenges. Achievers excel in competitive environments, and they are often the ones who push organizations forward. But their focus on success, it can sometimes make them overlook deeper emotional connections. For instance, an achiever might prioritize professional milestones over personal relationships, risking feelings of isolation. It is essential for achievers to balance their ambitions with meaningful connections and introspection, as true success comes from harmony in all aspects of life. Now, let us turn to the next personality type, individualists. They are the romantics of the group. They value creativity, they value authenticity, and they have deep emotions. These are the people who see beauty in the world and express it through art, through writing, or through other creative outlets. Imagine an artist who pours their heart and soul into their work, creating something truly unique. Individualists, they bring originality and a sense of depth to their surroundings. However, they may feel misunderstood. Or overly sensitive, withdrawing when their ideas are not appreciated. For instance, an individualist might hesitate to share their work for fear of rejection. To grow, individuals, they must learn to embrace. They must learn to embrace their emotions without becoming overwhelmed by them, finding balance and connection with others while staying true to themselves. Then we have the next personality type, investigators. Investigators are analytical and curious. They are the curious individuals who are constantly seeking knowledge. They thrive on understanding how things work and diving deep into subjects that interest them. Imagine someone who loves to sit quietly with a book or spends hours researching a topic they are passionate about. Investigators are the thinkers of the group, the ones who bring intellectual depth and clarity into that group. Their ability to observe and their ability to analyze, it helps them excel in fields like science, research, and problem solving. However, their focus on their inner world, it can sometimes make them withdraw from others. For instance, an investigator may spend so much time in their thoughts that they forget to engage with their surroundings. While their brilliance is inspiring, they need to balance their introspection with action and connection. Then we have the next set of people. They are loyalists. Loyalists are the guardians of safety and trust. They value relationship, they value reliability, they value stability. These are the people who stand by us in tough situations and in tough times. They ensure we feel supported and we feel protected. Think about a colleague who always double check details, or a friend who is there for you no matter what the situation it is. Loyalists often worry about potential problems, which makes them excellent planners and risk assessors. For example, a loyalist might meticulously plan a family trip, ensuring every detail is perfect to avoid any hiccups. But their need for security can sometimes lead to anxiety or self-doubt. They might question their decisions or seek constant reassurance. To grow, loyalists must learn to trust themselves and embrace uncertainty, knowing that not everything can be controlled. Enthusiasts are fun-loving and optimistic individuals who embrace life with energy and excitement. They are the ones who light up a room, always ready for the next adventure or ready for the next opportunity. Imagine someone who juggles multiple hobbies, plans spontaneous trips, and is always full of ideas. Enthusiasts, they inspire us with their zest for life, reminding us to enjoy every moment. However, their love for variety can sometimes make them spread themselves too thin. For instance, an enthusiast might start several projects at once but struggle to complete them. They may also avoid uncomfortable emotions by staying busy, which can prevent them from addressing deeper issues. Challenges. Next we have the personality type challenges. Challenges are bold and assertive individuals who value strength and justice. They are natural leaders who stand up for what they believe in and fight for fairness. Think of someone who is unafraid to voice their opinions or take charge in difficult situations. Challenges. This personality type, challenges can inspire us with their courage and determination. For example, a challenger might lead a community project, ensuring everyone's voices are heard and respected. However, their intensity can sometimes come across as overpowering or confrontational. They may push too hard or struggle to show vulnerability. To grow, challengers must learn to balance. They must learn to balance their strength with empathy, understanding that true power comes from collaboration and compassion. Then we'll have the next personality type, peacemakers. Peacemakers are calm and harmonious individuals who bring balance and unity to any group. They are the mediators. They are the mediators, the ones who strive to create a peaceful environment. Imagine someone who listens to everyone's opinions to ensure no one feels left out. Peacemakers remind us of the importance of kindness and the importance of understanding. For instance, a peacemaker might step in during a heated argument, helping both sides finding common ground. However, their desire to avoid conflict, it can sometimes make them passive or hesitant to assert themselves. They might agree to things they do not truly want, just to keep the peace. To grow, peacemakers need to find their voice and recognize that their opinions matter as much as anyone else's. In our personal lives, understanding personality types can help us build deeper connections. Have you ever felt misunderstood or struggled to understand someone else? When we know someone's personality type, it becomes easier to empathize with them. If your friend seems distant, they might not be ignoring us. They could simply be someone who needs time to recharge. By recognizing this, we can give them space. We can give them space without taking it personally. Similarly, if someone is constantly offering help, it might not just be politeness. They might genuinely feel fulfilled by being needed. By acknowledging these, we can show gratitude. We can show gratitude and build a stronger bond. Understanding personality types is not just about others. It is also a powerful tool for self-awareness. Each of us has our own strengths and challenges, and by identifying our personality type, we can better understand why we do what we do. This awareness, this self-awareness, it helps us recognize patterns in our behavior, which is the first step towards growth. For example, if we are someone who tends to avoid conflict, we might realize that this habit sometimes prevents us from standing up for ourselves. By understanding this about ourselves, we can work on finding the courage to express our needs even when it feels uncomfortable. Growth is at the heart of understanding. Growth is at the heart of understanding personality type. It is not about limiting ourselves or saying this is just how I am. Instead, it is about using our knowledge to strive for balance and self-improvement. Every personality type has its strength. But it also has areas that needs to work. For example, a perfectionist might excel at creating high quality work, but struggle with being too critical of themselves or others. By recognizing these, they can learn to embrace flexibility and understand that it is okay if things are not perfect at all. Similarly, a helper might be incredibly caring. A helper might be incredibly supportive, but find it hard to set boundaries. Once they realize these, they can work on saying no when needed and taking care of their own needs without feeling guilty. Let us take another example. Someone who is highly ambitious and goal-oriented. They might be an achievers. They might inspire others with their drive, but sometimes neglect their relationship in the pursuit of success. By understanding these about themselves, they can make an effort to prioritize personal connections alongside their goals. On the other hand, someone who values harmony and avoids conflict might be a peacemaker. While their calm demeanor is a strength, they might need to work on speaking up. They have to work on speaking up and ensuring their voice is heard in important matters. Applying this growth mindset to our personality, it allows us to evolve. It helps us to see challenges as opportunities to learn, to improve. For instance, if we know we tend to get overwhelmed by too many commitments, we can practice saying no or delegating the work to others. If we recognize that we often doubt ourselves, we can remind ourselves of our past success and focus on building confidence. Growth is not about becoming a different person. It is about becoming the best version of ourselves. This journey of understanding personality types, it is not something we undertake alone. It is a shared experience that brings us closer to others. When we learn about different types, we also learn to appreciate the diversity of people around us. Each personality type that adds something valuable to our lives. The perfectionist, he teaches us the importance of striving for excellence. The helper, he reminds us to be kind and supportive. The achiever shows us the power of ambition. The peacemaker inspires us to create harmony and so on. Together, these personality traits, they make the world a richer, more vibrant place. As we move from the Enneagram's 9 personality types to Merrill Wilson's 4 main personality types, we notice something fascinating. While the Enneagram dives deeply into the nuance of human motivation and inner desires, Merrill Wilson simplifies personality into broader categories based on how we interact with the world. Both approaches, though different, they highlight the beauty of our individuality. The Enneagram shows us why we behave the way we do, whether we are striving for perfection, seeking connection, or chasing achievement. Meanwhile, Merrill Wilson focuses on how we behave in action. Let's take a deep dive into the Merrill Wilson's 4 main personality types. They are driver, expressive, amiable, and analytical. And explore how these unique traits can influence our relationships, communication, and teamwork. So let's explore. Understanding these personality types, it helps us not only in our personal lives, but also in our professional journey. In our professional journey, where collaboration and mutual respect are key to success. That's why it's very important. Drivers, now let's talk about the first category of people. Drivers, they are the go-getters among us. They are decisive and action-oriented. They are always focused on achieving their goals. If you think about the people around you who constantly push the pace, who are always moving forward and getting things done, they likely fall into the driver category. These individuals are the ones who take charge and make quick decisions. They don't waste time in decisions. They understand the importance of results and they are often the first to take risks in order to achieve them. However, drive and determination are admirable, it's important to recognize that sometimes they can come across as impatient or overly focused on the end goal. Yet, without the drivers in our teams, things might move too slowly or lack direction. On the other hand, we have the second category in these expressives. These are the people, these are the individuals who bring energy and excitement to any situation. Expressives are outgoing and enthusiastic. They excel in fostering creativity and innovation. They are often the ones who come up with fresh ideas and inspire others with their enthusiasm. Think of them as the motivators, the ones who encourages us to think outside the box and to dream big. Their ability to engage others with their excitement can transform a mundane project into something that everyone is excited about. But at times, their enthusiasm, it can be so overwhelming that they may forget to focus on the details or follow through on their ideas. Despite that, they remind us how important it is to stay energized and passionate about what we do. Next we have the amiables. Amiables are supportive, they are caring, and they are deeply concerned with the well-being of others. They bring a sense of calm and cooperation to any team or relationship. They are the ones who listen without judgment, who are always ready to lend a hand, and who value collaboration over competition. Amiables thrive in environments where teamwork and harmony are at the forefront. They are the glue. They are the glue that holds teams together, ensuring that everyone feels heard and everyone feels valued. While their nurturing nature is vital for building strong cohesive teams, it can sometimes make them avoid conflict even when addressing issues might be necessary. Nonetheless, we can't underestimate the importance of amiables in creating positive, supportive work cultures. Finally, we have the analyticals. These individuals are detail-oriented, methodical, and thoughtful in their decision making. Analyticals are the ones who ensure that everything is in order. Everything is in order, that every detail is considered, and that decisions are made based on careful analysis. Their ability to think critically and logically, it is invaluable, especially when accuracy and precision are necessary. Analyticals, they bring structure and a calm, rational perspective to problem solving. They make sure that nothing is overlooked. However, they can sometimes get caught up in the details and lose sight of the bigger picture. But without these analyticals, we might find ourselves rushing into decisions without enough thought or preparation. Together, these frameworks remind us that our personalities are multi-dimensional. They are shaped by both our inner motivations and outward behaviors. Recognizing this balance, it helps us to see the bigger picture of who we are and how we relate to others. Let's now explore the practical simplicity of Merrill Wilson's 4 types and how they enrich our understanding of teamwork and communication. It helps us see ourselves. And others in a new dimension, a new light. It transforms the way we interact and we grow. So, let us embrace the journey. Let's embrace the journey together, supporting each other, supporting one another as we discover the beauty of our differences and strength of our shared humanity. Studying the 9 personality types is not just about understanding others. Or studying 4 personality types is not just about understanding others. Those 9 types are these 4 types. It is a profound and life-changing journey into the depths of who we are. It's like holding up a mirror to our inner world, reflecting our strengths, reflecting our vulnerabilities, and reflecting our motivations that drive us. This is a journey of self-discovery. This is a journey of our connection, one that allows us to see beyond surface level interactions and dive into the true essence of our human behavior. Each personality type is a thread in the rich tapestry of humanity, and by understanding them, we learn to appreciate the beauty of our differences and the strength in our diversity. It helps us break free from judgment, resolve conflicts with grace, and it will nurture relationships with empathy and compassion. When we study personality types, we unlock the power to grow, to heal, and to connect on a level that transforms not only our relationships, but our very understanding of ourselves. Let us embrace this knowledge. Let's embrace this knowledge, for it is more than a study. It is a key to unlocking the harmony. It is a key to unlocking the growth. It is a key to unlocking understanding that can light up our lives and the lives of those who are around us. The journey inward into the heart of personality, it is the beginning of endless possibility. Life is a journey filled with transitions, and every stage of our lives, it brings its own unique changes and challenges. These transitions are tied closely to our age and the roads we take on as we grow. While some changes are exciting and others are difficult, every transition offers an opportunity to adapt, grow, and redefine ourselves. Let's start with childhood, a phase where transitions are constant and rapid. From learning to walk and talk to the first day of school, children experience new challenges that shape their understanding of the world. Each step brings both excitement and uncertainty. Starting school, it can be thrilling for some children and nerve-wracking for other children. It's not just about learning ABCs. It's about forming friendships, understanding routines, and developing independence in children. These early years in children, they remind us that transitions are often come with a mix of joy and adjustment. As we move into adolescence, the changes become more personal and profound. This is the stage where we begin to explore who we are and where we fit in. Physical changes like growth spurts, acne, and hormonal shifts, they are just the surface of what adolescents go through. There is also the challenge of managing new emotions, forming deeper relationships, and making decisions about the future. Peer pressure, economic expectations, and questions about individuals' identity. They can make this period overwhelming. It's a time when guidance, when support, and when patience are crucial as young people navigate their way toward adulthood. The next big transition happens as we step into young adulthood. This phase is marked by significant milestones like starting a career, moving out of the family, moving out of the home, or having a marriage. These years are often filled with with excitement and ambition, but can also bring stress and self-doubt. For example, a young person might land their first job only to realize the responsibilities are far greater than they imagine. Similarly, becoming a parent for the first time is both a joyous and overwhelming experience. There is the thrill of holding a newborn child, but also sleepless nights. Sleepless nights, the endless decisions, and the weight of new responsibilities. It's a reminder that even wonderful changes, they require effort and they require adjustment. As we move into the middle age, the transition often become more reflective. This is the stage where many of us juggle multiple roles, caring for children, supporting aging parents, and managing careers. These years can bring a sense of fulfillment, but they can also feel overwhelming. The concept of the sandwich generation, it captures this perfectly as middle-aged adults find themselves squeezed between the needs of their children as well as the needs of their parents. At the same time, this is often a phase where we reassess our goals and question whether we are on the right path or not. It is a chance to redefine what success and what happiness mean to us. But it is also a time that demands resilience and adaptability. For women, this middle age, it may also bring menopause, a significant biological and emotional transition. It comes with physical symptoms like hot flashes and fatigue, but it is also a period of change in how women see themselves and their roles. Men also face challenges. During this phase, including health risks like cardiovascular diseases and prostate issues. These transitions remind us of the importance of self-care, regular exercise, healthy diets, and medical checkups. They can help us navigate this stage with confidence and with strength. As we approach older age, the transitions often shift focus from growth to adaptation. Retirement is a major life change. Many people dream of leisurely days. Spent traveling or pursuing hobbies. But the reality can be different. Without careful financial planning, retirement can bring limitations and force adjustments to lifestyle. It's not uncommon for retirees to feel a sense of loss of identity, loss of structure, or loss of purpose. For some, it's a struggle to adapt to a slower pace of life after decades of work. Yet, retirement can also be a time of rediscovery, an opportunity to explore passions, volunteer, or deepen relationships. In older age, physical changes become more prominent. Health issues like arthritis, mobility challenges, and chronic illnesses, they can make this period more difficult. For many, there is also the emotional challenge of coping with the loss of loved ones, or the feeling of being less needed by family and society. This stage can also be one of great wisdom and connection. Older adults, they often find joy in passing down stories, mentoring younger generations, and cherishing the simple pleasures of life. It's a time when focusing on emotional well-being, staying socially connected, and maintaining a sense of purpose. They can make all the difference. Adapting to transitions, it requires us to let go of old patterns that no longer serve us. Some people cling to familiar habits even when they are no longer effective. For instance, a young adult who refuses to move out of their parents' home because of fear of independence might find themselves feeling stuck. On the other hand, those who embrace the change, even if hesitantly, they often discover a newfound strength within themselves. It's not about transforming overnight, it's about gradually allowing ourselves to adapt and grow. Then, stress. Stress is a natural part of transitions, but it's important to understand its effects and learn to manage it. Stress can manifest as headaches, it can manifest as insomnia, mood swings, or even physical health issues. It can also impact relationship. Stress from a job, it change might lead to arguments at home or anxiety about financial changes. It could create tension with loved ones. Recognizing these signs early, it helps us take proactive steps to manage them, such as talking openly with friends or seeking professional guidance. Transition in life, whether big or small, favorable or difficult, they come with their own set of challenges. Even when we experience a positive change like a promotion, the arrival of a child, or moving to a new house, stress can quietly follow us. It's essential to understand how this stress affects us and how we can navigate through it effectively. Let's dive into what stress does to us, how it influences us emotionally and physically, and the ways we can make our journey through transitions smoother. When change happens, it disrupts our routine and forces us to adjust. Our minds and bodies often respond with stress, and this can manifest in many ways. Some of us might notice headaches or feel exhausted no matter how much rest we get. Others might experience heart palpitations, mood swings, or difficulty in concentrating. Sleepless nights become common as our thoughts race, making it hard to fall asleep. For some, stress shows us as stomach issues or neck and back pain, while others might turn to unhealthy habits like overeating or substance use. Over time, this unchecked stress, it can lead to depression or a withdrawal from intimacy and relationships. It's important to remember that these symptoms don't mean we are weak or incapable. They are simply our body's way of signaling that something is out of balance. Recognizing these signs early, it can help us take action before stress becomes overwhelming. What makes transitions particularly tricky is that they stir up a wide range of emotions. One person might see change as an exciting challenge, while another might feel anxious or even fearful. Think about a child going to school for the first time. They may feel scared being away from their parents because they are unsure of what to expect. Similarly, a woman nearing menopause, they might worry about physical symptoms like hot flashes or long-term health issues. A young man supporting his family might fear losing his job, while a teenager entering adolescence, they might feel embarrassed. They might feel embarrassed about the changes happening inside their body. These feelings are valid because they reflect the uncertainty that change often brings. Fear of the unknown, it plays a significant role here. When we don't know what is coming next, our minds tend to imagine the worst. This fear activates our body's stress response, often referred to as fight or flight. Some of us might try to tackle the problem head on, while others might avoid it altogether, hoping it will resolve itself. However, avoiding change, it rarely makes it easier. It often leads to feelings of isolation or even depression, which can impact not just us, but also those who are around us, our family members. It affects brains and it affects core. Depression can creep in during transitions, especially when we feel lonely or unsupported. It can make us feel down, hopeless, and worthless. We might lose interest in things we once enjoyed or struggle to control our moods. Simple tasks like eating regularly or concentrating on work, it might be impossible. These feelings, while tough, they are not uncommon. They remind us that transitions, even positive ones, they can be emotionally taxing. So, how do we deal with these challenges? First, it's crucial to understand and accept our emotions. Each of us experiences transitions differently, and that's okay. There is no one size fits all approach to navigating change. However, there are some common pitfalls we can try to avoid. For instance, denying that a change is happening might seem like an easy way out, but it only delays the inevitable. Similarly, ignoring what is happening around us or refusing to plan for predictable changes, it can leave us unprepared. Sometimes we fall into the trap of overreacting. We might imagine the worst case scenario and let fear take over, even when the actual change is not as daunting as it seems. Gossip or misinformation about what a change might bring can also, it cloud our judgment, making it harder to focus on facts. In these moments, it's essential to do our homework, to gather accurate information and understand what is really happening. This can help us approach transitions with clarity rather than fear. Another common mistake is pretending that change will simply go away. When we ignore reality, we lose valuable time that could be spent adapting and finding solutions. Stress might lead us to withdraw from others, but this isolation only makes things harder. Instead, we need to lean on our support networks, friends, family, or colleagues who can offer guidance, encouragement, or simply they listen. Letting ourselves get overwhelmed is it also an ineffective way to cope with stress. Stress, if left unchecked, it can wear us down emotionally and physically, making it harder to think clearly or making decisions. This is why having strong social connections is so important. They remind us that we are not alone, that others have faced similar challenges and come through stronger. Transitions and changes are a part of life. The but we can't avoid them. We cannot avoid those transitions, but how we respond to these transitions, it can make all the difference. Whether we embrace them, resist them, or feel overwhelmed by them, our response determines how well we navigate these moments. It's natural to feel uncertain, even anxious when faced with change. But there are strategies, there are skills that can help us move through those transitions with confidence, with strength, and even with joy. One of the best things we can do is to prepare ourselves for change. Life has a way of throwing surprises at us. But sometimes we can see the signs of a transition coming. If you pay attention and anticipate what might be on the horizon, we can start planning for that journey. Flexibility is key here. For any adaptability, for any change, we need to be flexible. The more open we are to adjustments, our thinking and behavior, the easier it becomes to adapt. For example, someone nearing retirement, he can start thinking about financial plans and hobbies ahead of time, rather than waiting for the last day of work to figure it out. Anticipation gives us a sense of control, helping us manage our fears and uncertainties. Our connections with others, it also play a huge role in how we cope with this transition. Maintaining friendships and social networks, they keep us grounded. When we are surrounded by people who care about us, it's easier to face challenges. They remind us that we are not alone. Exploring new interests or joining activities, they can also keep us from feeling stuck. For example, if we have just moved to a new city, getting involved in local group or local classes, which can help us feel a sense of belonging while we adjust. Taking care of ourselves, both physically and emotionally. Taking care of ourselves is another cornerstone of managing this change or managing this transition. Our minds and our bodies, they need to be strong to handle the demands of these transitions. Regular exercise, healthy meals, and enough sleep, they give us the energy to deal with this stress. Relaxation is just as important. Stress is inevitable, but it doesn't have to take over our lives. Learning techniques like deep breathing, meditation, or even taking a walk in nature, it can calm our minds and help us reset. Music can be a wonderful tool for relaxation too. Listening to soothing melodies or even dancing to our favorite songs, they can lighten our mood. When faced with change, keeping an open mind, it can transform the experience. Sometimes, what looks daunting at first turns out to be a blessing in disguise. Instead of jumping to conclusions, we can take a step back and give ourselves time to understand the situation. For example, losing a job might feel like a disaster, but it could also be an opportunity to explore a career we are truly passionate about. When we approach transitions with curiosity instead of fear, they can surprise us in the best ways. Gathering information can also make transitions less intimidating. Often, what scares us most is the unknown. By learning more about what lies ahead, we can replace uncertainty with understanding. Whether it's reading books, doing research online, or asking for advice, knowledge gives us confidence. For example, someone moving to a new country, he or she can learn about the culture, language, and customs beforehand because it makes the transition smoother and less overwhelming. Taking one step at a time is another important strategy. Big changes can feel overwhelming if we try to tackle everything all at once. Breaking things into smaller, manageable steps, it allows us to make progress without feeling overloaded or overburdened. Think about climbing a mountain. It's not about reaching the peak in one giant leap, but taking it one step at a time, appreciating the journey along the way. Talking to someone we trust, it can also make a world of difference. Sharing our worries with a friend, family member, or mentor not only helps us feel supported, but also gives us a fresh perspective. Sometimes just saying our thoughts out loud, it helps us make sense of them. And if we need more support, joining a group of people who have gone through similar transitions, they can be incredibly empowering. Hearing their stories and learning from their experiences, they remind us that we are not alone and that others have found their way through similar challenges. If we are struggling to cope on our own, seeking professional help, it can be a powerful option. Counselors are trained. They are trained to help us explore our feelings, understand our fears, and develop strategies to move forward in our lives. They can guide us. Counselors can guide us in finding clarity and building resilience, helping us turn transitions into opportunities for our growth. Writing in a journal, it can complement this process. Reflecting on our thoughts, reflecting on our emotions, reflecting on our experiences, they help us understand ourselves better and keeps us focused on what is positive. One of the most underrated tools for coping with change or coping with transition is humor. When we are in the middle of a tough transition, it's easy to get lost in the seriousness of it all. Laughter has a way of lightening the load. Watching a funny movie, sharing jokes with friends, or simply seeing the absurdity in our situation, it can shift our perspective. It reminds us that even in the hardest times, there is room for joy. And in the grand scheme of things, many of the things we worry about today won't matter 100 years from now. Transitions, no matter how difficult, they offer us a chance to grow. They teach us resilience, they teach us creativity, and the ability to adapt. They remind us that life is a journey consistently changing and evolving. By preparing ourselves, learning on our support systems, caring for our well-being, and embracing humor, we can navigate these moments with strength and grace. Change is not something to fear, but it is an opportunity to rediscover who we are and what we are capable of. Together, we can face life's transitions with hope, with courage, and with an open heart. Understanding the impact of transitions and how stress can affect us, it is the first step toward coping effectively. We all have the ability to navigate change even when it feels overwhelming. By acknowledging our emotions, avoiding ineffective coping strategies, and seeking support when we need it, we can turn transitions into opportunities for our growth. So, life will always bring changes, challenges, transitions, both expected and unexpected. What matters is how we respond with patience, with self-awareness, and the willingness to adapt. We can face transitions with strength and resilience, knowing that every challenge brings the chance to grow into a stronger version of ourselves. One way to embrace transitions positively is to see them as opportunities. Life is always moving forward. Every challenge and every change is an opportunity to rediscover who we are and what we are capable of. Let's embrace them with open hearts, with open minds, knowing that each step, however uncertain, it is a step towards becoming the best version of ourselves. Greetings. Today, let's talk about lessons from history, dreams for tomorrow, resolutions for 2025. Hope this new year marks the beginning of new dreams, aspirations, and opportunities. It is a time to reset our goals, embrace fresh challenges, and prepare ourselves to write another chapter in the book of our lives. But as we step into this exciting new year, let us pause for a moment to look at back history, not to dwell on the past, but to learn from the history, to find guidance, and to shape our future wisely from the history. History is a treasure trove of lessons, and today we will explore its depths to discover the wisdom that can help us make 2025 a meaningful and transformative year. As we scan through the pages of history, one thing becomes abundantly clear. Humanity's time on this planet is but a fleeting moment in the grand cosmic timeline. Throughout history, there have been several kings and conquerors like Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Cyrus the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, and Hitler. They ambitiously sought to expand their empire, and even in some cases, they aimed to conquer the world. Empires have risen, they have prospered, and they have crumbled. Great leaders, no matter how powerful they are, great leaders have eventually succumbed to the inevitable passage of time. For instance, take the grandeur of the Roman Empire. It stood as a beacon of civilization for centuries, only to falter due to internal decay and external pressures. The Gupta Empire was known as the golden age of Indian history. Shivaji Maharaj, the founder of the Maratha Empire in the 17th century, he remains one of the most iconic figures in Indian history. Another towering figure is RajaRao of the Chola dynasty. A brilliant military commander, he expanded the Chola Empire to its greatest territorial extent, including parts of Southeast Asia. Similarly, consider the rule of the Mughal Empire, which is despite its golden age under Akbar, Shah Jahan, and Aurangzeb. The empire fell due to weak leadership and internal strife. Throughout history, many kings have risen to power only to eventually fall, leaving behind legacies of triumph and defeat. Yet, amidst the shifting sands of time, one thing remains constant: the enduring values of humanity and humility. While empires may crumble and rulers may fade into the past, it is the qualities of compassion, kindness, and self-awareness that continue to shape the human spirit. These values transcend the fleeting nature of power and remind us that true greatness lies not in the domination but in our ability to connect with the others and lead with humility. One unchanging truth is that human nature remains remarkably consistent. If we look at conflicts like the ancient wars or modern ones, the driving forces are often the same. They are ambition, fear, greed, and the desire for security. But history also shows us that flip side, compassion, cooperation, and resilience. During India's struggle for independence, despite facing immense oppression, our freedom fighters exemplify the power of compassion and non-violence. In 2025, let us focus on nurturing the positive aspects of human nature. When faced with competition or conflict, let us choose collaboration. When driven by ambition, let us ensure it uplifts not just ourselves, but those around us. Geography has always shaped the destinies of civilization. The fertile lands of Mesopotamia, they gave rise to agriculture, while the rugged terrains of Greece fostered independent city-states. In India, the Indus Valley civilization, it thrived along the banks of the Indus River, utilizing the fertile plains for agriculture surplus. However, history also warns us. History warns us of the dangers of neglecting our environment. The drying up of the Saraswati River is believed to have contributed to the decline of the Indus Valley civilization. The dust bowl of the 1930s in the United States, it serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of environmental neglect. In today's context, climate change is a clarion call. In the year 2025, as we are celebrating New Year, let us prioritize environmental stewardship. Simple acts like reducing waste, conserving water, and supporting sustainable practices, they can collectively make a significant impact. Let this year be one where we align our growth with the health of our planet. Then let's talk about economic factors. They have always driven societal changes, revolutions, and even wars. The Industrial Revolution transformed society, bringing technological advancement. But they also created stark inequalities. In India, the Green Revolution in the 1960s, it revolutionized agriculture, making the country self-sufficient in food production. But, however, it also brought challenges like environmental degradation and economic disparity among farmers. Then, French Revolution. The French Revolution was ignited by economic disparities between the aristocracy and the common people, reshaping not just France, but it also influenced the global ideas of equality and governance. That is the power of French Revolution. History teaches us that unchecked economic disparity, it leads to unrest. So, as we are celebrating 2025 New Year, let us advocate for economic equality, whether it is supporting small business, ensuring a paying wages, or promoting financial literacy. Each of us can contribute to creating a more balanced economic landscape. History reveals that civilizations are marked by cycles of growth, stagnation, and decline. The Renaissance, a period of remarkable cultural and scientific achievement, it rose after the long stagnation of the Dark Ages. Similarly, the rise and the fall of British Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and the Roman Empire, they provide profound lessons on the cyclical nature of power and the need for constant adaptation. The Roman Empire, what is the epitome of power and influence, ultimately faced decline due to internal strife and external pressures. The Ottoman Empire, which spanned centuries, it eventually crumbled as it struggled to adapt to modernity. These empires, These empires remind us that progress is rarely a straight line. It requires continuous innovation, resilience, and the ability to adapt to the changing circumstances. As we step into 2025, let us try to keep the cycle of growth alive. This would mean embracing new skills, fostering creativity in our communities, or stepping beyond our comfort zones to embrace the changes and challenges that lie ahead. Wars have been a constant in human history. They teach us. Wars have been a constant in human history, teaching us painful but essential lessons. Throughout history, there have been wars that have claimed the lives of billions and left deep scars on humanity. In India, the Kalinga War under Emperor Ashoka the Great, it was a turning point. The immense bloodshed led Ashoka to embrace Buddhism and spread the message of peace and non-violence. The First and Second World Wars together, they resulted in the deaths of millions of people, shaping the course of the 20th century. The Holocaust, the brutal conflict in the Soviet Union, and the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they are just a few examples of the horrors that war can bring. The Vietnam War, the Korean War, and the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, they have continued to wreak havoc, destroying lives and communities. These devastating events remind us of the immense human cost of violence and conflict. The First and Second World Wars, they highlighted the devastating consequences of unchecked aggression and the importance of diplomacy. The Marshall Plan after Second World War, it demonstrated how cooperation could lead to unprecedented recovery and prosperity. So, in 2025, let us choose dialogue over discord, whether it is resolving a personal conflict or advocating for global peace. Let us remember that the true cost of war is borne by the innocent. History shows that while technological advancements are undeniable, true progress lies in the uplifting humanity. The invention of the printing press, it revolutionized knowledge dissemination, but it was the collective effort to educate and empower individuals that truly transformed our society. In India, the launch of satellites like Aryabhatta, they marked a significant milestone in technological progress. But it was the literacy movements and grassroots education campaigns that brought meaningful changes to millions. The internet democratized knowledge and communication, reshaping economies and societies in profound ways. Today, artificial intelligence is the latest frontier of technological innovation. Artificial intelligence has the potential to solve some of the world's most pressing challenges. However, the true measures of its success will not be in the algorithms we create, but in the lives we improve. AI must be a tool to amplify human potential, bridging gaps in inequality and fostering global understanding. And it should not be a force that deepens divisions and replaces human connection. In 2025, let us redefine progress. It's not about accumulating gadgets. It's not about accumulating wealth or advanced systems. It's about enriching lives, spreading kindness, and fostering understanding. As we stand on the threshold of a new year, we are presented with a unique opportunity, a chance to reflect on where we have been, where we are, and where we want to go. A new year is not just a calendar change. It is a fresh start, a new canvas waiting for us to paint our aspirations, dreams, and actions. And as we step into this year, we must ask ourselves, how can we contribute to building a better India, one that stands as a beacon of progress, beacon of unity, and beacon of dignity in the world. It's time to stop, reflect, and acknowledge the areas where we can grow as Indians. While India has made remarkable strides in technology, space exploration, and cultural exports, there are also areas that need our attention. Today, let us engage an honest conversation about these challenges and the possibilities for change. Let's look at the roadblocks that have kept us from reaching our true potential. And let's discuss how we can rise above them together. As a nation, we have so much to be proud of. And yet it is crucial that we address certain areas in which must be focused. One of the most significant obstacles to our growth is the slave mentality that continues to pervade our society. We often find ourselves worshipping celebrities, cricketers, and politicians to an unhealthy degree. This kind of idealization is not only misguided, it can be damaging. When we put people on pedestals and expect them to be perfect, we inadvertently dehumanize them and set unrealistic standards for ourselves. On the flip side, this idealization often breeds toxic behavior where we ruthlessly criticize those we disagree with or dislike. So, what can we do? The first step is to move away from the blind hero worship and cultivate a culture of rational admiration. We can appreciate others for their achievements without surrendering our own sense of self-worth in the process. In 2025, let us focus on building a society where mutual respect takes precedence over mindless adoration. Let's be inspired by others, not to become them, but to become the best version of ourselves. Another aspect of our national identity that needs urgent transformation is how we present ourselves on social media. There is a tendency to highlight the negative aspects of our country with a tagline: India is not for beginners. India is not for beginners. We expect aqua insurance, poorly maintained streets, unhygienic conditions, and so on with this tagline. While these issues are real and need to be addressed, they do not represent the full picture of India. We are a nation with world-class hotels, thriving business, breathtaking landscapes, and a rich culture of tapestry. Why then do we allow a few problems to define us on the global platform? Let's share the beauty of our diversity, the vibrancy of our culture, and the incredible progress we are making. But this also requires us to work on improving our urban infrastructure and cleanliness. Let's not wait for someone else to clean up after us. We must take responsibility for creating an India that reflects the best of who we are. A nation that commands respect not through PR, flashy displays, but through tangible progress. Now, let's talk about something that has hurt our reputation deeply: the stereotype that Indians are camels. This damaging perception often arises from the actions of a few, but it is perpetuated by our own tendency to mock those who try to improve themselves. Have you ever heard someone ridicule another Indian for trying to speak better English or for adopting a professional accent? Instead of lifting each other up, we tear each other down. We need to change that. We need to change that. We need to encourage self-improvement, celebrate hard work, and build each other up. In 2025, let's resolve to reject the notion that our dignity as a nation can be compromised by unethical behavior. Our integrity should be the foundation on which we build our identity. Let's show the world that we stand for honesty, hard work, and respect for others. There is also a critical issue that that continues to plague us. That is women's safety in India. The fact that many women feel unsafe walking on the streets, especially after dawn. It is a reflection of how much more we need to do to protect our women. The responsibility lies with all of us, and we must create a society where every woman, regardless of her background, feels secure and feels valued. We need better street lighting, improved surveillance, and a culture of respect for women's autonomy. It's high time that we ensure women can walk freely without fear. This is not just about changing laws or improving infrastructure. It is about changing our mindsets. Respect for women, it must be at the core of who we are as a society. When women are empowered, our nation flourishes. It's as simple as that. Another issue that hinders our growth is that hypocrisy we often see in nationalism. Many of us are quick to display our patriotism with slogans, flags, and public shows of support. But how many of us back up those words with action? We take pride in our country, and some of us are the first to renounce our citizenship when we move abroad. True patriotism is not about symbolic gestures. It is about contributing to the nation's progress. It is about doing our part to make India a better place for all its citizens. So let's stop boasting about India's greatness and start demonstrating it through our actions. Our nation's strength lies in our commitment to fairness, justice, and opportunity for everyone. Then we have the issue of personal space. One of the most common complaints from foreigners who visit India is the uncomfortable stays they receive. It's not just uncomfortable, it's a violation of personal space and invasion of privacy. The truth is, this behavior stems from a lack of exposure to diverse cultures and a lack of awareness of how our actions affect others. As we move into 2025, let us make it a point to respect personal boundaries. Let's treat others with the dignity and respect that we expect for ourselves. We must also confront the internal divisions that continue to plague our society. Caste-based discrimination, religious intolerance, and regional animosities, there are barriers to the unity and progress that we so desperately need. Indian society often voices concerns about facing racism abroad, highlighting instances of prejudice and discrimination. However, we must acknowledge a harsh truth. We perpetuate a similar form of discrimination within our own borders to the caste system. The caste-based hierarchy, it entrenched for centuries. It operates as a social evil that divides our people and undermines the very value of equality and justice we claim to uphold. If we do not address this internal flaw, how can we credibly advocate for fairness and equality on the global stage? The problem doesn't stop at caste. Religious intolerance and regional animosities, they also act as barriers to the unity and progress we so desperately need. These divisions fracture our society, making us weaker as a nation. While these issues are deep-rooted, history teaches us that no challenge is insurmountable if tackled with determination and collectively. What is required is a sincere effort to confront these prejudices, dismantle age-old stereotypes, and foster an inclusive mindset. The real challenge lies in bridging these divides and creating a society where every individual feels valued regardless of their caste, religion, or nation. A society that celebrates its diversity rather than letting it become a source of discord. Inclusivity doesn't mean erasing our differences. It means embracing them as strengths that enrich our collective identity. In 2025, let us resolve to be the change makers. Let us work to create an India where the dignity of every individual is equal, whether they are from the north or they from the south, a majority or minority, whatever the community they are they from an upper caste or lower caste, then equality is for all. Our diversity is a treasure, not a liability. When we come together as one, united by respect and shared vision for progress, there is no limit to what we can achieve. Imagine an India where every child, irrespective of their background, has access to the same opportunity. Where no one is judged by their last name, the language they speak, or the state they come from. This is not just a dream, but a possibility within our reach, provided we commit ourselves to making it a reality. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, a united and inclusive India will not only stand tall, but also command respect and admiration on the global stage. When we lead by example, demonstrating that we have overcome our internal divisions, we gain the moral authority to address global issues like racism and inequality. In 2025, let us strive to be that India, a beacon of unity, a beacon of equality, and a beacon of progress for the world to follow. Sanitation and hygiene are the issues that have plagued India for years. And while there has been progress, we are far from where we need to be. Open defecation, inadequate sanitation facilities, and poor hygiene conditions, they still persist in many parts of the country. This harms not just our health, but also our dignity as a nation. One of the most glaring issues tarnishing India's image, both locally and globally, is the habit of open defecation and spitting in the public spaces. While significant strides have been made to tackle open defecation through initiatives like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the persistence of these practices highlights the need for a deeper cultural and behavioral shift. Such actions not only pollute the environment but also project a negative image of India as unhygienic and lacking civic discipline. Spitting on roads, spitting on walls, or spitting on public transport, it spreads diseases and defaces of cities. While open defecation continues to compromise health and dignity, especially for women and children. Gender inequality is not just about ensuring women's rights to education and employment. It's about creating a society. It's about creating a society where both men and women are equal partners in shaping the future. Patriarchy dictates rigid gender roles that limit both men and women, stifling creativity, ambition, and progress. As we step into 2025, let us resolve to break free from these unhygienic practices by promoting awareness, installing sufficient public sanitation facilities, and installing a sense of civic pride in every citizen. A clean and hygienic India is not just about infrastructure. It is about respecting our shared spaces, protecting public health, and building a nation we can proudly showcase to the world. The change we see begins with us. Let us not be afraid of criticism, but instead use it as a mirror that reflects areas we can grow. Let us not look at the challenges we face as obstacles, but as opportunities to demonstrate the strength and resilience of the Indian spirit. In spite of all these, our country is a prideful people. A nation that has achieved greatness through resilience, intellect, and heart. India, our incredible country, is truly a gem on the global stage. I want to take a moment to highlight just a few of the reasons why India is so extraordinary, why it is revered, why it is respected, and why it is loved by people across the globe. First, let's talk about our place in the world. We have established ourselves as a nation that doesn't just follow trends, but sets the trends. Whether it's the G20, the United Nations, or the COP summit, India's voice is heard, India's voice is respected and eagerly anticipated. It's a testament to the recognition of India's growing influence and commitment to shaping the global future. And when we talk about achievements, how can we ignore the incredible feats of our space agents? India boasts one of the top space agencies in the world, known for its innovation, efficiency, and cost effectiveness. But let us not forget our cultural heritage. India's culture, India's traditions, India's history, and the art, they are endless source of fascination. India has the fourth strongest army in the world because we are a nation that values peace, but we are also prepared to defend our values, our sovereignty, and our people when necessary. We are home to some of the most beautiful languages in the world, each with its own rhythm, poetry, and charm. From Hindi to Tamil, from Sanskrit to Telugu, Indian languages are a reflection of its rich cultural diversity and historical depth. Each language tells a story, and each story is part of India's magnificent narrative. In all these areas, whether it's space, intellect, diplomacy, culture, military might, or peacekeeping, India has made its mark. And it continues to do so. But the most important point I want to leave with you today is this. India is not just loved by the world because of its achievements, but because of its values. It is a nation that has always held on to its dignity, its respect for diversity, and its commitment to progress. India may not be perfect, but its spirit is unstoppable. India is great not just because of what we have accomplished, but because of the promise that we hold. We are a nation that is capable of achieving anything, a nation that is not just a part of the world, but a leader on the global stage. In 2025, let us resolve to build an India that commands respect, not through words, but through our actions. An India where women walk freely, where personal space is respected, and where every individual, regardless of their background, they are given the opportunity to thrive. Together, let us work towards a nation we can all be proud of. A nation that truly lives up to its potential. As we step into this new year, history serves as both a guide and a reminder. It tells us that while we cannot control everything, we can shape our responses, our progress, our actions, and our legacy. 2025 is a blank canvas, and the lessons of history are the brushes and colors at our disposal. Let us paint a picture of hope, unity, and progress. Let us enter 2025 with gratitude for the past, determination for the present, and hope for the future. May this year be one where we learn, where we grow, and where we thrive together. Here's to making history, not as mere spectators, but as active participants in creating a better world. Here is a year of transformation, a year of growth, and a year of progress. A very happy new year to each one of you. Thank you so much. Critical thinking is the practice of analyzing, evaluating, and synthesizing information while maintaining a healthy dose of skepticism. It's not about doubting everything, but about being thoughtful and logical in how we process what we see and what we hear. It allows us to look beneath the surface of information, entertain diverse perspectives, and evaluate decisions that are both well thought out and rational. Because in today's fast-paced, digital-first world, critical thinking is more important than ever. Social media, it has amplified how quickly information spreads, often without any scrutiny. People tend to accept headlines at face value. They rarely questioning the credibility of sources or considering potential biases. The result, echo chambers where our beliefs are reinforced instead of challenged, and political debates that prioritize group identity over reason and analysis. This not only stifles personal growth but also weakens the foundations of an informed democracy. In a world overflowing with information and endless arguments, mastering the art of thinking critically is not just an advantage, but it is necessity. Critical thinking equips us to navigate the chaos of modern life with clarity and purpose. When you enhance this skill, you unlock a powerful toolkit that transforms how you approach challenges, how you approach debates, and how you approach decisions. This is not just about solving problems. It is about seeing beyond the surface and understanding the bigger picture. Critical thinking is a superpower. It's about asking the right questions, the ones that cut through the noise and help you uncover the real meaning and significance behind the claims, behind the arguments, and behind those ideas. Building this skill and using it in your daily life is not just helpful, it is transformative. It lets us evaluate evidence, weigh different perspectives, and adapt our thinking to any situation, keeping us sharp and engaged. Critical thinking is not about having all the answers. It is about asking the right questions, exploring the unknown, and finding value in the process even when the destination is unclear. It's about balancing the need for structure with the willingness to embrace uncertainty. And most importantly, it is about realizing that while thinking outside the box might be challenging, but it also where the most meaningful and transformative ideas are born. Critical thinking is one of the most vital skills for success in today's world. Let's explore some practical ways to enhance this skill. Critical thinkers, they are the pattern seekers. Patterns exist everywhere. Patterns exist at home, they exist at work, and in our thoughts they exist. Spotting these patterns is like exercising our brain. For example, if you notice recurring challenges in your team, identifying the underlying pattern, they can help address the root cause. The act of finding patterns, it trains our mind to see connections others might miss. Understanding the question, gathering information, applying insights, considering implications, and exploring diverse perspectives. For instance, before deciding to invest in a new skill, ask why it's important. Gather evidence. Does it align with your career goals? Apply what you have learned. Evaluate potential outcomes and think critically about alternative viewpoints. This structured method makes problem solving both systematic and insightful. The human brain is like a computer. It can process, it can store, and it can retrieve information. By observing how your mind reacts to different situations, you can identify patterns in your thinking. This understanding helps you approach challenges more efficiently, avoiding snap judgments and fostering well thought out decisions. Asking questions is perhaps the simplest and most powerful tool for critical thinking. Curiosity is our best friend, but it doesn't stop at asking. You must also analyze the answer. Are they based on fact or do they carry bias? Digging deeper into the responses, they sharpen your reasoning and ensure you make informed decisions. Investigation is equally important. Whenever faced with a decision, delve into details, gather evidence, analyze it, and consider past experiences. For example, if you are deciding on a new career path, research its viability, evaluate the skills required, and learn from those who have walked that path. Investigative thinking minimizes risk and maximizes the chances of success. We are all familiar with the moments when we are asked for innovative ideas, groundbreaking solutions, or creative inputs. The task seems easy on the surface, but our minds resist. Why? Because we live in a comfort zone, our box inside it, we are safe, settled, and secure. It's a space shaped by what we already know, our experiences, and the rules we have internalized over time. Stepping outside this box can feel risky, even frightening. Yet it is only outside this box that we grow and discover new possibilities. We are part of an interconnected network where everyone has access to the same data and same fact. But what sets us apart is what we do with this information. If we all think the same way, we lose what makes us human, our ability to create, innovate, and imagine. Thinking critically and creatively is no longer a luxury. It is a necessity for maintaining our individuality and dignity. So what is this box we talk about? It's not our mind itself, but the boundaries within our mind. The edge of what we know versus what we have not yet explored. Our minds are built from layers of knowledge, inherited traits, environmental influences, lessons learned from others, and our own successes and failures. Together, these create a mental anthill. Stepping out of the box requires courage and strategy. It's not about waiting for a random spark of inspiration, like an apple falling on your head. It's about actively seeking new perspectives. This involves embracing divergent thinking, the ability to look at a situation from unexpected angles. Often, this means mixing the logical with the illogical, blending the practical with the absurd, and being open to ideas that seem irrelevant or even nonsensical at first. Critical thinking allows us to combine ideas, extract principles, and apply them in new contexts. It's about looking for possibilities rather than the correct answer, because in the realm of creativity, there are often many answers, but the journey outside the box is not always comfortable. When you find a new idea, it's natural to doubt it. Who am I to think of this? Surely someone else would have thought of it if it were any good. These self-doubts can kill innovation before it even has a chance. Resist the urge. Every new idea deserves a fair evaluation, even if it seems unrelatable to your immediate problem. Many great discoveries, they were born from unexpected contexts. Encouraging diversity of thought, collaboration across disciplines, and the use of metaphors, they can foster an atmosphere where new ideas are born. Feeding your mind with diverse inputs, it also enhances critical thinking. Reading expands your imagination, while practices like meditation, it clears mental clutter. When your mind is calm and focused, it's easier to think deeply and make sound decisions. Start by questioning assumptions. We all make assumptions, often without realizing it. We assume things about our jobs, relationships, and even ourselves. But assumptions can limit innovation. When you pause and question these assumptions, you open the door to new ideas and possibilities. Challenging these automatic beliefs, it fosters a deeper level of thinking, leading to creative solutions. Self-awareness is another cornerstone of critical thinking. Being self-aware means understanding your value, thought process, personality, and goal. When you reflect on what drives you, your strengths and weakness, and your decision-making patterns, you begin to think more objectively. This awareness not only highlights areas for improvement, but also lays a strong foundation for making thoughtful choices. Even daydreaming plays a role in developing critical thinking. Studies suggest that daydreaming activates the brain's problem-solving areas, enabling creative ideas to flourish. Next time you are stuck in traffic, let your mind wander. You might stumble upon an innovative solution to a lingering problem. Another important skill is being open to other points of view. We often hold tightly to our perspectives, but exploring alternative angles broadens understanding. Whether it's in a debate or a personal dilemma, considering other viewpoints can reveal blind spots and lead to better solutions. Forming your own opinions, it is the ultimate goal of critical thinking. This involves gathering information, analyzing that information without bias, and reflecting it deeply. Writing down your thoughts can help you articulate them clearly and strengthen your reasoning. Problem identification is at the heart of critical thinking. Before solving any issue, you must fully understand it. Ask questions like, what caused this problem and what assumptions am I making? This thorough exploration, it ensures to address the core issue rather than just its symptoms. Learn to accept criticism. It's not always easy, but constructive feedback is invaluable. Instead of seeing criticism as an attack, view it as an opportunity to grow. Analyze the feedback, identify areas for improvement, and use it to refine your decisions. Logic plays a crucial role in critical thinking. Breaking down complex issues into simpler components can help you see relationships and patterns more clearly. Whether deciding on a career move or evaluating a new article, dissect the problem into smaller parts. Examine the evidence and draw conclusions based on reason, not on emotion. Always be mindful of logical fallacies like attacking a person instead of their argument or drawing conclusions without sufficient evidence. Recognizing these pitfalls strengthens your ability to reason effectively. Asking good questions, it is another cornerstone of critical thinking. Thoughtful, open-ended questions, they encourage exploration and uncover insights you might otherwise miss. Instead of merely accepting answers, think deeper. Ask why, ask how, and ask what if. This habit not only sharpens your critical thinking, but also fosters meaningful conversations. Critical thinking is a skill that grows with practice. Engage in discussions, read widely, and challenge yourself to evaluate diverse viewpoints. Over time, you will find yourself making better decisions, solving problems more effectively, and navigate life with greater confidence. It's not just about being skeptical or analytical. It's about embracing curiosity and striving for truth. In a world that often rewards quick opinions and snap judgments, critical thinking is your superpower. Use it wisely and watch how it transforms your life. We are fortunate. We are fortunate to live in an era where knowledge is just a click away. Never before have we had access to such a vast pool of information. Yet, with this abundance comes a challenge. Not everything we encounter is as it seems. Navigating this ocean of information requires us to sharpen a vital skill that's called critical thinking. We have all experienced the satisfaction of feeling like we are absolutely right about something. It's like a little reward for our brain, but psychologists have found this feeling can sometimes mislead us. It's called confirmation bias, a natural tendency to favor information that supports what we already believe while dismissing what contradicts it. This happens unconsciously and can cloud our judgment, especially on topics we hold dear or feel strongly about. Recognizing this bias, it helps us pause and reconsider instead of jumping to conclusions. Today, much of our interaction happens on social media where algorithms are designed to reinforce our existing beliefs. These platforms thrive on polarization. Just think about the sky. We say it's blue, but it can be red at sunset, grey on a foggy day, or pitch black at night. Even the blue we see is not technically blue. It's the scattering of light that tricks our eye. These simple examples show how something we take for granted can hold hidden complexity. Sometimes, when we engage in debates or arguments, we aim to win rather than understand. But what if we approached these discussions differently? What if we genuinely tried to understand the other person's perspective? This is called intellectual empathy. It's about stepping into someone else's shoe, not to agree, but to see where they are coming from. It's not always easy, especially when emotions run high, but it leads to deeper and more meaningful conversations. The next layer of critical thinking is questioning the source of our information. Just because something looks professional or sounds authoritative, it doesn't make it true. Learning to ask who benefits from this claim or what evidence backs this up can protect us from falling prey to misinformation. One way to strengthen critical thinking is by writing. Writing forces us to organize our thoughts, question our assumptions, and find clarity in complexity. It is not an easy skill. It takes effort and it takes patience. But it is one of the most effective tools we have for understanding the world around ourselves. Critical thinking is not about always being skeptical or cynical. It's about being curious, open-minded, and willing to explore beyond the surface. When we question thoughtfully, engage respectfully, and learn continuously, we create a society that values truth over convenience and understanding over division. Isn't it that worth striving for? When you think critically, you are stepping back from the situation. It's like zooming out on a map to see all the possible routes before deciding which way to go. You identify the key points, scrutinize your sources, and assess the evidence as carefully as a judge in a courtroom. Then you piece everything together into your own independent, thoughtful conclusion.
This skill is especially important in a world where decisions make us non-stop. Should you trust a politician's promises, jump on a trendy diet, believe that email promising you have won fortune? Critical thinking helps you cut through bias, manipulation, and superficial claims, leaving you with the clearest picture possible. It's about knowing what you are looking for and gathering information with purpose. Sometimes we are swayed by the beliefs of those around us, family, friends, or popular opinion. Critical thinking gives you the confidence to stand by your own conclusions. It's not easy to push back against a tide of opinions, but when you rely on evidence and reason, you feel grounded in your choices. And let's not forget the excitement of critical thinking. It's not just about solving problems. It's about discovering and testing ideas. Imagine peeling back layers of an argument to see if it holds up, or uncovering hidden biases that others miss. It's like being a detective for the truth. But critical thinking is not perfect. We all overthink at times, obsessing over small details or imagining worst case scenarios. That is normal. The key balance, when you catch yourself spiraling, remind yourself that most of the bad things you worry about won't happen. The world throws a sea of information at us every day, but with critical thinking, we can navigate it. It's not about always being right, but about being thoughtful and being informed. When enough of us use this skill, we create a more reasonable, fair, and thoughtful world. Critical thinking is not just a tool, it's a way of life that makes every decision a step closer to wisdom. Critical thinking is not just about solving problems, it is a way of life. It empowers you to question, analyze, and innovate. By practicing these strategies consistently, you will not only enhance your decision-making skills, but also unlock a world of possibilities in both your personal and professional life. Thank you. Greetings everyone. Today we are talking about leadership. Leadership is a ripple effect. When we lead with empathy, reflection, and solutions, others around us begin to mirror this behavior. This is not just leadership in the workplace or at home. It's a way of life that can transform families, that can transform teams, and that can transform entire communities. The magic of leadership lies in its ability to inspire change, not through force, but through the quiet power of example. Let's be change we want to see and watch as it spreads to everyone around us. Leadership is not about titles. Leadership is not about positions. It's about stepping up, being genuine, and inspiring others to do the same. Every one of us has moments where we face uncertainty, moments that make us question if we are capable of taking on the challenge in front of us. Leadership begins there, in that moment of curiosity and fear, when we choose to lean in instead of stepping back. It's not the absence of fear that makes a leader, it's the willingness to embrace it and move forward. Leadership is a journey of self-discovery. It is about figuring out who we are on the inside while navigating the outside world. Often, we think we need a safe and welcoming environment to fully express ourselves. But the truth is, it's our courage to show up as we are that create that safe environment. When we speak up, when we stand up for what we believe, we empower others to do the same. Leadership is not about status. Leadership is not about power or being in charge. It is about taking care of the people who are in our charge. Empathy and perspective are at the heart of true leadership. When we start our careers, our primary focus is to be good at our jobs. We learn, we train, and we perform, often being promoted for our technical expertise. But when we take on leadership roles, the focus must shift. It's no longer about doing the job, but about supporting others in doing their job. Many of us are not taught this, which is why we often see managers, not leaders. Managers know the work better than anyone and often micromanage. Leaders, however, leaders empower their teams to grow, learn, and thrive. Great leadership requires us to embrace a change in perspective. For example, instead of focusing on what went wrong and assigning blame, a leader asks, what can I do to help you succeed next time? This shift can make all the difference. A real leader understands that success is shared and so is accountability. When things go right, they credit the team. When things go wrong, they take the responsibility. This approach builds trust and respect. Leadership is a skill that we can develop through practice. Like a muscle, it grows stronger the more we use it. But leadership also comes with sacrifice. We might stay late to help a team member or take on pressure ourselves to ensure others can perform without fear. It's not always easy, but it is incredibly rewarding. Think of a parent teaching a child to ride a bike. They don't yell at the child for falling. They encourage them to try again. Similarly, leaders create an environment where people feel safe to make mistakes and learn. Empathy is another cornerstone of leadership. When someone is underperforming, instead of immediately criticizing, we can ask, are you okay? What's going on? People are not robots. Life happens and it affects work. Understanding this human side builds loyalty and strengthens teams. Imagine if a struggling colleague was met with support instead of fear, how much more likely would they be bounce back stronger? We also need to challenge outdated practices that harm both people and organization. Layoffs to balance budgets or leadership that prioritizes shareholders over employees. It creates environments of fear and insecurity. Fear stifles innovation, cooperation, and trust. Great leaders focus on the well-being of their teams, knowing that happy and supported people will drive success. Being vulnerable as a leader doesn't mean showing weakness. It means creating a safe space where others can admit their mistakes. They ask for the help or they share concern without fear or judgment. When we show understanding and compassion, we foster trust and openness. It's about listening, it's about supporting, and it's about guiding. Ultimately, leadership is about creating the right environment. If we cultivate empathy, trust, and encouragement, people will give their best. If we foster fear and criticism, even the best people will underperform. As leaders, it's up to us to set the tone. Let's aim to be the kind of leaders who inspire, who uplift, and bring out the best in everyone around us. When we lead with empathy and perspective, we don't judge, create better teams, we create a better world. Leadership is not about having all the answers. It's about creating spaces where others feel confident to share their ideas and collaborate. Think about a time when someone you respected made you feel seen or heard. Maybe it was a teacher who believed in you when you doubted yourself, or a friend who stood by your side when things got tough. That's a leadership in action. It's not about grand gestures, but about making others feel valued. It's about being the kind of person who listens deeply and speaks thoughtfully. There is a misconception that leaders are always the loudest voices in the room or the ones with the most authority. In reality, leadership can be as simple as a quiet word of encouragement or the willingness to admit a mistake. It's about showing others that it's okay to be imperfect. That what matters is the effort and intention behind our actions. We often hear that we should leave our personal traits behind to succeeding certain roles. But isn't it those very traits, our compassion, humor and humanity, that makes us relatable? Leadership is not about being perfect, it's about being human. It's about finding strength in our vulnerabilities and using them to connect with others. When we stop hiding who we are, we allow others to feel safe being themselves. Leadership is less about leading from the front and more about walking alongside others. It's about fostering trust and respect where everyone feels they have something to contribute. When we approach leadership with this mindset, it's not a burden but a privilege, a chance to make a positive difference in the lives of those around us. Leadership is not a destination, it is a daily choice. Let's make that choice together. It's easy to cheer for someone else's courage, but stepping into the arena ourselves takes a different kind of bravery. Leadership begins with self-leadership. Learning to trust our own abilities before asking others to trust us. It's about being that person who steps forward even when fear whispers in the background. Consistency in action is the foundation of leadership. Imagine trying to achieve success with short bursts of energy, like a sprinter in a marathon. That approach leads to exhaustion, frustration, and eventually burnout. Leadership is not about doing extraordinary things once in a while. It's about doing small things extraordinarily well every day. Consider a musician practicing a single piece repeatedly or athlete training daily. Their success is not born from one intense effort, but from consistent dedication over time. When we commit to steady progress rather than sporadic brilliance, we not only lead ourselves better, but also inspire others to follow. True motivation comes from within. Many of us strive to prove something to the world, our worth, our abilities, our potential. But when our energy stems from a higher purpose rather than the fear of failure or the need for external validation, it transforms us. Leadership also demands gratitude, not just for our victories, but for our struggles. It is easy to feel grateful when everything is going right, but the real test lies in finding gratitude during setbacks. A leader who can see lessons in failures inspires resilience in others. Take Thomas Edison. When asked about the repeated failures while inventing the light bulb, he famously said, "I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work." This perspective turned obstacles into stepping stones, teaching us the gratitude fuels perseverance. Whether it's starting a new project, speaking up for what's right, or guiding a team through uncertainty, the risk we take, leaders set the tone for others. It's about being authentic, it's about being consistent, and it is about being courageous. It's about believing not just in others, but in ourselves. It's about showing up every day, ready to take the next step, no matter how daunting. We may not all walk across the tight ropes, but in our own ways, we can inspire those around us to take that leap of faith just as we do. Leadership is not about commanding others. It's about inspiring them to become better. Whether we are parents, are we colleagues, are volunteers, all of us in one way or another, we are all leaders. True leadership starts with us, with our actions, our habits, and our mindset. When we understand the power of 3 simple habits, we can transform not just how others behave, but also the outcomes achieved together. The first habit is to stop blaming. Let's think about the last time we blamed someone for a mistake. Did it improve the situation? Probably not. When we blame, it triggers defensiveness, shutting down problem solving. Imagine this, when we point fingers at a coworker for missing a deadline or at a child for forgetting a task, we don't encourage accountability. Instead, we create fear and avoidance. Research shows that in blame-free environments, people admit mistakes more willingly and learn from them. Blame only destroys trust, and blame kills teamwork. And without trust, leadership is just a title. The second habit is to look in the mirror. Often, when things go wrong, we are quick to see how others contributed, but slow to see our own role. Let's take an example. Imagine we send out 100 invitations for an event, but the response is dismal. Our first instinct might be to criticize the person who prepared them. But what if we pause and think, did I communicate the instructions clearly? Could I have done something to prevent this? When we reflect on our role, we open the door to improvement, not just for ourselves, but for everyone involved. Leaders who admit their own shortcomings inspire others to do the same. The third habit is to engineer solutions. Often we blame people for recurring problems when the real issue lies in the system or environment. During the World War II, many plane crashes were mistakenly attributed to pilot error, but further investigations revealed that confusing cockpit design were the real culprits. By redesigning the controls, crashes dramatically reduced. Similarly, as leaders, we need to ask, where did the process break down, rather than whose fault is this? Imagine a workplace where deadlines are constantly missed. Instead of blaming the team, we could evaluate whether the timeline was realistic or the resources were adequate. By addressing these factors, we lead with solutions rather than accusation. When we apply these habits, stopping blame, looking inward, and focusing on systems, we set an example that others naturally follow. Leadership is not about perfection, it is about modeling accountability. If we want our children, co-workers, or community members to take responsibility, we must first show them what it looks like. When we hold ourselves accountable, we earn the moral authority to encourage others to do the same. Leadership is a quality we all value. Whether we are leading a powerful organization, or guiding a group of friends, or simply making everyday decisions. Leadership is not about titles or positions. It's about the impact we create, the energy we bring, and the trust we inspire in others. Let's talk about what makes great leaders and how we can all cultivate these traits in ourselves. First, think about energy. Have you ever around someone who lifts your spirits just by being present? Have you ever observed that? That's the kind of positive energy great leaders bring. When we radiate this positivity, we encourage everyone around us to feel the same way. Imagine a football team with a coach who constantly complains. How could the team ever perform well? Now picture a coach who cheers for every small victory, even during tough times. That's the kind of leader who brings out the best in others. When we stay optimistic, even in challenging moments, we boost morale and show our team that success is within reach. Proactivity. Proactivity is another hallmark of a great leader. When problem arises, it's tempting to point fingers, but great leaders focus on finding solutions. Delegation is a skill we often overlook. It's not about handling of work we don't want to do. It's about trusting others to contribute their strength. We have all felt the urge to do everything ourselves, thinking no one else could do it as well. But true leadership is about empowering others. Think of a music conductor. Think of a music conductor. They don't play every instrument, but guide the orchestra to create harmony. When we delegate, we allow others to shine, and together we achieve more than ever could alone. Being approachable is just as important. A leader who listens creates a space where everyone feels valued. Imagine working in a place where you can't voice your concerns because of fear. Such an environment stifles creativity and growth. But when leaders are open and willing to listen, they inspire trust and make it easier for everyone to work toward a common goal. It's not about always having the answers. It's about being there for team. Leading by example is another non-negotiable trait. Think about someone you respect deeply. Chances are they don't just tell you what to do, they show you. On the other hand, leaders who expect hard work but don't put in the effort themselves quickly lose respect. When we lead with actions, we earn the trust and commitment of our team. Accountability is the cornerstone of trust in leadership. If we make a mistake, owning up to it shows strength, not weakness. When we hold ourselves accountable, we create a culture of honesty and reliability. Finally, decisiveness is a quality every leader must possess. Decisions aren't always easy and we may not always get them right. But hesitation can cause confusion and weaken a team. Imagine a ship captain unsure whether to steer left or right in a storm. The crew would lose confidence and chaos would follow. Even if we later find a decision was wrong, sticking with it shows our team that we are confident and committed. Mistakes can be corrected, but indecision can be disastrous. Leadership in today's world is not about wearing a cape or commanding an army. It is about adapting, connecting, and daring to be different in fast-changing, unpredictable world. Many of us still imagine leaders as all-knowing superheroes, confidently solving problems and inspiring followers from a pedestal. But that image belongs to another era. The challenges we face today are far too complex for one individual to handle alone. Leadership now requires new skills, a fresh mindset, and a willingness to step into uncharted territory. Let's think about the people we interact with every day. Are they all like us? Do they share our background? Or do they share our opinions? Or do they share our comfort zones? If the answer is yes, we might be missing out on the richness that diversity brings. True leaders don't surround themselves with mirrors. They build windows to different perspectives. Imagine a workplace or a community where everyone thinks and acts the same. Innovation dies and problem solving becomes stagnant. Great leaders cultivate relationship with people who are different from them, different in culture, different in experience, and even ways of thinking. This diversity is not just about inclusion, it's about finding better solutions because of those differences. There is also something courageous about leadership that we can all learn from. Leadership is not about sticking to what has always worked. It's about daring to leave the comfort zone and try something new, even if it might fail. Think about how hard it is to let go of a successful habit, strategy, or practice. But great leaders do it because they know that success today doesn't guarantee success tomorrow. Courage is not about being fearless, it's about acting in spite of fear. Even when people around us might say, that's a crazy idea, or it will never work. It's about having the stamina to stay true to a vision even when it's uncomfortable. We have seen companies and organizations that seemed unstoppable but fell because they didn't adapt to change. Leaders in these cases often rely too much on past success. But those who thrive are the ones who dare to ask, what can stop doing today to make room for something better tomorrow? This courage doesn't just come from one person. It comes from building a network of people who challenge us, inspire us, and sometimes even disagree with us. Where are we looking to understand the future? Who are we listening to? And what risks are we willing to take to create something meaningful? When we answer these questions honestly, we begin to step into true leadership. The leaders who inspire us are not just preparing for today's problems. They are preparing for tomorrow's unknowns. They understand that leadership is not about certainty. It's about resilience. It's about adaptability. It's about ability to inspire others to join in creating something greater than ourselves. And the best part, leadership is not limited to CEOs or political figures. It is a quality we all can cultivate in our own unique ways, at home, at work, or in our community. When we embrace this new way of thinking, we don't just lead, we create a legacy for those who follow. We live in a time where the pace of change is faster than ever. Information travels at lightning speed, and challenges appear from unexpected directions. In this environment, in this type of environment, we cannot rely on outdated ways of developing leaders. Studies show that despite all the training programs and resources, many organizations still face gaps in leadership. This is not just a corporate problem, it's a human challenge. Are we ready to lead in a world that demands creativity, that demands flexibility, that demands courage? The answer lies in how we grow ourselves and help others grow. True leadership begins with the ability to look ahead. Great leaders don't wait for the future to arrive. They try to anticipate it. Where we spend our time, what we choose to learn, and the people we engage with, all these shape our readiness for what is next. For example, if we are always looking inward and focusing only on our immediate task, we may miss the transcend opportunities that could reshape our world. Leadership is not about keeping our head down. It's about lifting them up and seeing around corners. Let's make time to explore new ideas, connect with different people, and think about how we can shape the future, not just react to it. Our relationships also define our ability to lead. Leadership is not a solo journey. It is about building a network of people who think differently from us. Imagine the richness of perspective we gain when we collaborate with people from different cultures, different experiences, or different fields. Diversity is not just a buzzword, it's a superpower for leaders. It gives us fresh ideas, challenges our assumptions, and helps us find innovative solutions. When we embrace these, we learn to trust and connect with others. Even if they don't look or think like us, that's when real magic happens. When differences come together to achieve shared goals. Leadership also requires us to let go of what once worked for us. Success in the past can sometimes hold us back. It's easy to keep doing what feels familiar, but great leaders dare to step into the unknown. They take risks even when it is uncomfortable. Think about moments in our lives when we tried something new and people doubted us. Didn't it take courage to push through? Leadership demands that kind of courage every day. It's about standing by ideas that might seem bold or even foolish at first, but could lead to breakthroughs. And when we don't do this alone, we surround ourselves with people who believe in change and are willing to take leaps with us. We can all be leaders. Leadership is not about a title or position. It's about actions and attitudes. It's about preparing for the uncertainties of tomorrow while staying grounded in the realities of today. It's about listening more, learning more, and giving more. When we choose to see opportunities in challenges, when we choose to connect with others in meaningful ways, and when we choose to take bold steps forward, we are practicing leadership. And when we do this together, we are not just leading ourselves, we are inspiring others to rise. Imagine a world where we don't need leaders, a perfect utopia. But even in that imagined world, humans, being social beings, would form groups, and with groups comes shared goals, challenges, and the need for guiding. Without leadership, friction, confusion, and underperformance are inevitable. So, leadership becomes essential not as a tool for control, but as a way to nurture harmony and direction. Leadership is not about making others feel small. It's about helping them see how big they can be. Leadership is messy. There is never enough time and there are always people to manage. It's not about having all the answers. It is about asking the right questions. A true leader doesn't just direct others. They work on themselves first. This is where self-leadership comes into play. We cannot lead others effectively if we don't understand our own strengths, weakness, and motivations. Self-leadership starts with self-awareness, reflecting on our behavior, asking ourselves what kind of leader we are, and being open to feedback. It can reveal insights we might otherwise miss. It's not easy. People rarely tell leaders the full truth. So, we must create time to introspect and evaluate ourselves. Are we patient? Are we clear in our communication? Do we act with integrity? One powerful tool is self-reflection. Taking a few moments each day to think about what went well, what didn't, and what we can do better can transform how we live. This simple practice aligns us with our values and goals and helps us face challenges with clarity. Leadership is not about being perfect or having all the answers. It is about being authentic, humble, and focused on growth for ourselves and those who are around us. When we lead with kindness, curiosity, and courage, we create environments where others can thrive. And when others thrive, so do we. In the end, leadership is less about power and more about purpose. It's about lifting others, solving problems together, and building a shared vision. If we can embrace this idea, we can lead not just organizations, but also hearts and minds, inspiring a future that's brighter for everyone. Let's lead with wisdom. Let's lead with compassion and the unwavering belief that we are all capable of greatness. Thank you. When we look around, it's clear that mental health is something affecting many of us, whether we realize it or not. Statistically speaking, many of us will likely experience a mental illness at some point in our lives. In fact, millions of people deal with mental health issues every year. It's surprising that even with so many affected, it's still something we are hesitant to talk about. When it comes to disease like cancer or heart disease, we don't shy away from the conversation. We hold events, we hold fundraisers, and we hold campaigns. But mental illness, it often goes unnoticed, as if it is something we should be quiet about. Depression alone is the number one cause of mental illness worldwide. When we mention mental illness, it turns into prejudice or discrimination. It leads to something even worse, that is stigma. Stigma is like a barrier that stops people from getting the help they need. What makes it harder is that mental illness is not something we can see. We can't take a scan or we can't take X-ray to prove it is there like we can do with other diseases. This leads to the belief that if we can't see it, maybe it's not real. But just because we can't see mental illness doesn't mean it's not real. There is this false idea that mental illness means danger, violence, or instability. But that's not what it really looks like. Unfortunately, movies, TV shows, and news reports often reinforce these stereotypes, making the problem worse. As a result, people with mental health issues, they end up feeling isolated, judged, and ashamed of something that's not their fault. This stigma even affects their chances in life, jobs, relationships, and housing. They can become harder to secure just because of these misunderstandings. So, what can we do to change things? It is actually quite simple. We need to start talking about mental health in an open and respectful way. Education is key. It helps clear up misunderstandings and breaks down stereotypes. We don't need to have all the answers, but we can start by showing empathy and treating people with mental illness like anyone else, because that's who they are. They are people. Have you ever noticed how animals running from a lion feel fear only when the danger is real? But we humans do the opposite. We overthink and stress about situations long after they are gone. That constant worry can harm our body. Our minds store emotions for a long time. We might not feel the physical pain of an accident that happened years ago, but we still remember it and can feel the emotional pain. It's because our bodies change over time, but the thoughts in our minds stay the same unless we deal with them. If you have a positive feeling, your body releases happy hormones like endorphins. But if you had negative feelings, stress hormones like cortisol took over, making you feel worse. It's not the situation itself, but how we react to it that affects us. Sometimes we harm ourselves without even knowing it. If we hold onto negative feelings, we cause damage to our own bodies. So, how can we stop this? We need to stay connected with others, share our thoughts, and have strong relationship. It's been found that people who feel lonely are more likely to fall ill than those who have close connections. When we are stuck in negative thoughts, we are trapped. There is always a way out. We need to fill our minds with love, passion, and gratitude. The mind is powerful enough to heal the body in some cases just through belief. But the opposite can happen too. Negative thoughts can make us ill. Have you ever heard of games that encourage harmful behavior, like the Blue Whale game? The people behind it are not physically forcing anyone to do anything. They manipulate the minds of vulnerable individuals, pushing them to harm themselves. That's how powerful the mind-body connection is. To combat such negativity, we need to share our emotions. If you don't have someone to talk to, try writing in a diary. It helps to release those emotions onto paper. By the time you finish writing, you will feel lighter, as if you have shared your burden with someone. Let's sit straight, take a deep breath, and calm our minds. When we do this, our bodies respond by releasing those happy hormones that heal us from the inside out. When we are together, we feel stronger, more resilient. And that's why having people around us, being part of a community, is so important for our mental health. Our brains are wired this way. We all need someone to walk with us when things feel too heavy to carry alone. Suicide is one of the leading causes of death, especially among young people. But the truth is, it's preventable. It's not just a problem for one person to solve, it's something we all need to work on together. Mental health doesn't just affect a few, it touches everyone. And the more we understand that, the more lives we can save. Mental health issues, especially since the pandemic, have only grown. We have lost too many people because they don't feel like they had anyone to talk to. But we can all make a difference, even if it is for just one person. It doesn't take a professional to show kindness, to listen, or to ask, "Are you okay?" If we all work together, we can create a world where mental health is a priority. A world where people feel seen, people feel heard, and people are valued. We need to be kind. If you are feeling low, please remember you matter. You make a difference just by being here. So let's stand together. Let's help each other climb the Mount Everest. Life might be messy, but we don't have to face it alone. We are worth it. You are worth it. Constantly comparing ourselves to others can really mess with our mental health. Research shows that when we envy others, it can actually lead to depression. It might seem like no big deal, just a quick moment of thinking, why do they have it all? But these little moments add up and they slowly eat away at our mental strength. It's normal to feel sad when things don't go our way, but when we keep feeling sorry for ourselves, it becomes a problem. We stay stuck in that feeling and forget to look for solution. But even if we can't solve every problem, we can always try to make things a little better. Sometimes we think, if I work hard, I deserve success. But life doesn't always work like that. The world doesn't owe us anything, waiting for things to magically happen because we think we deserve it only lead to disappointment. But once we realize that the world doesn't owe us, we become free. It means that just because we have had tough times, we are not stuck there forever. We have the power to change things. Changing our bad mental habits is not easy. It takes work. We need to recognize those thoughts that keep us stuck and replace them with healthier ones. It is like building physical strength. You build mental strength by practicing good habits like gratitude, but you also have to stop the bad habits like comparing yourself to others. And it's not just about thinking positively all the time, it's about accepting the tough emotions. When we are sad, angry, or scared, we try to avoid those feelings. But the only way to get through them is to face them. Feel the sadness, then move on. Trust that you can handle the discomfort and grow stronger because of it. Remember, the only person you should compare yourself to is who you were yesterday. Life is not always fair, but that doesn't mean it can't get better. We all have the ability to shape our own world, but first we have to believe we can. By letting go of bad mental habits and building mental strength, we can face whatever comes our way and we can move forward with hope. We often think that when someone is depressed or anxious, they are broken or they are weak. But that's not the case. What many of us are going through is not a sign of failure or something wrong with us. It's about unmet needs. It's about something missing from our lives. When someone feels lost or down, it's not their job alone to fix it. We are all in this together, just like a group, supporting each other. One of the biggest problems today is that we feel so disconnected. Many of us feel lonely even in a crowd. Study shows that a large percentage of people don't feel close to anyone. We have lost the sense of community that our ancestors had. They survived by working together, living in tribes, supporting each other. Today, many of us live in isolation, and it's hurting us. When we are mentally struggling, we don't need more pressure to fix ourselves alone. We need to reconnect with something bigger than ourselves, with others. We need to feel part of a group. Sometimes we are told to just be yourself, but maybe what we really need is to be us, to be part of something larger. Another thing that affects our mental health is what we value. Society often pushes us to believe that happiness comes from money, happiness comes from success, or happiness comes from showing off. But studies have shown that the more we chase these things, the more likely we are to feel unhappy. True happiness comes from moments of connection, meaning, and purpose. These moments are not about what we own or how we look online. They are about being with people we care about, doing things that matter, and feeling part of something. Sometimes we know these things deep down, but we still get caught up in the wrong values. This happens because the world around is set up to distract us from what truly matters. But we can break free from this by focusing on what gives our life meaning and working on it with others. Mental health is not just about fixing problems with pills or therapies. Those things can help, but they are only part of the solution. The real solution is to come together, build connections, and find meaning in our lives. Let's stop thinking we have to do everything alone. Let's be there for each other, grow together, and heal together. Mental health is something we all deal with, whether we realize it or not. We all know how sitting around too much affects our health, right? But did you know that not moving enough is also linked to our mental health? Think about how many of us feel stressed out, overwhelmed, or anxious at times. It is becoming so common. And though stress itself is not necessarily a mental health problem, it often leads us down the road. Studies have shown that when we move, our brain releases chemicals that make us feel good. One of these is called endorphins. They help to reduce pain and stress, making us feel better. So, when we are feeling down or stuck in our thoughts, just getting up and moving can change everything. And it's not just about short-term benefits. In the long term, moving more regularly can actually change the structure of our brain. It boosts our self-esteem and makes us more resilient to stress. Let's be real. Life throws a lot at us. But when we find ways to move our bodies, we also find ways to move out of our mental ruts. This doesn't mean we need to become athletes. Even just walking, stretching, or dancing in the kitchen can help. It's not about how intense the movement is, it's about finding what works for us. We would feel less stressed, less anxious, and more connected to ourselves. Mental health is a big issue, but sometimes the solutions don't need to be complicated. Moving our bodies is one simple way to take care of our minds. When we talk about mental health, it's not just about living long. It's about living well. In fact, mental illness make up about 15% of all health problems globally. That's huge. The World Health Organization estimates that nearly 400 to 500 million people around the world have a mental illness. That's a big number. But when you think about all the different kinds of mental illness, from childhood autism to depression and anxiety, all the way to dementia in old age, it's easier to see how so many people are affected. And the sad reality is that most of these people don't get the care they need. We know that medicines, therapy, and social support can make a huge difference. But even in the best healthcare system, only about half of the people with mental illness get these treatments. In many developing countries, that number drops to just 10%. When we talk to people who live with mental illness, we often hear stories of hidden suffering. They talk about shame, they talk about discrimination in every part of their life. In India, one survey says a few years ago that there are about 3,000 psychiatrists when there should be around 150,000. That is a huge difference. To tackle these, we need to think outside the box. In place with a few professionals, we can train regular people in the community to help. This idea is called task shifting. It means training non-professionals to give basic care. What is special about this approach is that it not only makes mental health care more available and affordable, but it also empowers people in the community. It gives them the tools to care for others and themselves. This is about making mental health care something that belongs to everyone. So, the next time you think of someone who has a mental illness, remember that caring for them matters. We can all play a part in making sure they get the support they need to live a life of dignity. Let's dare to care because mental health is something we all need to protect. Thank you. Today, let's talk about personality development. It is essential for all of us. Personality is the way we think, we feel, and we act. It's what makes each of us unique. When we hear someone say they have a great personality, it usually means they are likable, they are interesting, and they are enjoyable to be around. While we might have limits when it comes to our looks, but our personality has no such boundaries. We can grow and we can improve it as much as we want. At the core of our personality lies three aspects that work together to create who we are. First, there is the part of us that focuses on our basic instincts and basic desires. It is like the child within us that seeks instant gratification and says, I want it now. Then there is a rational and practical part that steps in to evaluate and say, is this really the right thing to do? Then lastly, there is our moral compass. It's shaped by the values we have learned from our families, from our communities and life experiences. It guides us toward what we believe is right or not. These three elements are always in conversation with one another, balancing our needs, balancing our reality, and balancing our ideas. Understanding this dynamic, it helps us make better choices and develop healthier habits. Our personalities are also shaped by external factors. Genetics play a foundational role, giving us traits passed down from our ancestors, like temperament, like creativity. But our environment is just as important, our family dynamic. The culture we grow up in and the people we meet all leave an imprint on us. Think about how encouragement from friends can boost our confidence, or how challenges and life experiences, whether joyful or tough, they shape our resilience and our outlook. Even the values and norms of our society, they influence how we think and how we act. What is exciting is that our personality development is not just about identifying what shapes us, it is also about actively working on who we want to become. This starts with self-awareness. When we take a moment to understand our strengths, weakness, values, and dreams, we are already on the path to growth. Reflecting on our actions, asking for feedback, and even journaling can help us see ourselves more clearly. Once we know where we stand, we can set realistic goals for improvement. Building confidence is one of the first steps in this journey. Confidence is like a magnet. When we believe in ourselves, others naturally believe in us too. Simple practices like speaking in front of a mirror, celebrating small wins, and surrounding ourselves with positive people, they can boost our self-esteem immensely. Communication is another cornerstone of personality development. When we communicate effectively, we connect better with others. This involves listening actively, truly paying attention to what others are saying, using clear language, and expressing ourselves not just through words, but also through body language. A friendly smile, good posture, and eye contact, they can speak volumes about us. Emotional intelligence or EQ, it is equally important. This is our ability to understand and manage both our own emotions and those of others. Time management is another vital skill. How we manage our time reflects our sense of responsibility and organization. Using planners, setting priorities, and breaking tasks into smaller steps, they help us stay on top of our responsibilities and reduce stress. By mastering our time, we not only achieve more, but also feel more in control of our life. Continuous learning plays a big role in personality development. When we explore new topics, try different hobbies, or pick up skills we have always been curious about, we become more interesting and more confident. Whether it's reading books, attending workshops, or even watching inspirational TED Talks, learning keeps our minds sharp and our personalities dynamic. Cultivating kindness, cultivating empathy, they can also transform our personality. When we understand others' perspectives and show kindness in our actions, we not only build stronger relationships but also become better version of ourselves. Volunteering or participating in community service, There can be a great way to practice this. Our physical health influences our personality. When we exercise regularly, eat balanced meals, and get enough sleep, we feel more energetic and more positive. Taking care of our bodies, it enhances our confidence and reflects in how we present ourselves to the world. Leadership skills, they are another aspect worth developing. Whether it's taking initiative in a group activities, resolving conflicts fairly, or motivating others, being a good leader, it is a valuable skill. Leadership is not about being in charge. It is about inspiring others and creating a sense of teamwork. Let's remember that personality development is a lifelong journey. It is not about perfection. It is not about perfection, but it is about progress. Every little step we take, whether it's improving our communication, managing our emotions, or learning something new, it brings us closer to becoming the best version of ourselves. It is a process of growth, reflection, and action. When we embrace the journey within an open heart and a curious mind, we not only enrich our lives, but also inspire others to grow alongside us. Let's enjoy this process and remind ourselves that every effort we make toward personality development is a step toward unlocking our full potential. And that's what makes life so beautiful. Because personality development is a fascinating journey that helps us grow and shape our unique traits and skills. Each of us has qualities that make us who we are. And understanding these traits is the first step toward developing our personalities further. Openness. Openness reflects how curious and imaginative we are. People high in openness love exploring new ideas, experiences, and possibilities. They are creative, they are adventurous, and receptive to change. For instance, being open to learning new skills or trying different cuisines reflects this trait. On the other hand, if we are less open, we might prefer routines and familiarity over novelty. Consciousness highlights how organized, how disciplined, how dependable we are. This skill is about paying attention to detail, planning ahead, and taking responsibility. For example, if we consistently meet deadlines and keep our commitments, we show a high level of consciousness. It's the trait that keeps us on track and ensures we achieve our goals. Extraversion, it is all about how outgoing and sociable we are. People with high extraversion, they love being around others. They are energetic and express themselves freely. They find joy in engaging conversations and group activities. If we are more introverted, we may prefer quiet time and smaller gatherings, which is perfectly okay too. Agreeableness, it represents our kindness, empathy, ability to get along with others. Those high in agreeableness, they are cooperative, they are compassionate, and they are considerate. It's about being interested in people and willing to help. When we support a friend in need or work harmoniously in a team, we show this skill in action. Neuroticism deals with how we handle stress and emotions. If we are emotionally stable, we can manage pressure and maintain a balanced outlook even in tough situations. Working on this skill, it can lead to greater peace of mind and resilience. These 5 dimensions, they help us understand the many layers of personality and offer insights into areas where we can grow. Now, let's explore Erickson's 8 stages of psychological development, which outline the challenges we face at different phases of life and how they shape our personality. In the first stage, trust versus mistrust. It's from birth to first 1 year. We learn whether the world is a safe and reliable place or not. If our caregivers are loving and responsive, we develop trust. If not, mistrust may take root. The second stage, autonomy versus shame and doubt. This is during first 2 years. It is when we start asserting our independence. If we are encouraged, we develop confidence in our ability. If we are overly criticized, we may feel ashamed or doubt ourselves. In initiative versus guilt, it is between 3 to 5 years. We begin to explore and take initiatives. Whether it's coming up with games or asking endless why questions, this stage is about curiosity. Support from those around us, it builds confidence, while harsh criticism, it may lead to guilt. The fourth stage, industry versus inferiority. It is between 6 to 11 years. It focuses on our ability to achieve and succeed. At school or in our hobbies, we develop a sense of competence through encouragement. If we feel like failure, inferiority, it might hold us back. Identity versus role confusion. It is between 12 to 8 years. It is crucial stage in adolescence. We grapple with questions like who am I and what do I want to do with my life? Successfully navigating this stage leads to a strong sense of self, while confusing may leave us feeling lost. In young adulthood, we face intimacy versus isolation. It is between 19 to 40 years. We seek close relationships and meaningful connections. If we succeed, we build bonds of love and friendship. If not, we might feel lonely or isolated. In the middle years of life, generativity versus stagnation. It is between 41 to 64 years. It becomes important. This stage is about contributing to the world, whether through our careers, raising a family, or engaging in our communities. If we don't find a sense of purpose, we may feel stuck or unfulfilled. Finally, in latter life, integrity versus despair. It is 65 years to death. We reflect on how we lived. If we feel satisfied with our journey, we achieve a sense of integrity and peace. If not, regret and despair may dominate our thoughts. Erickson's theory shows us that each stage of life presents opportunities for growth and learning. Even if we face struggle or setbacks, these stages remind us that development is a continuous process. Personality is what makes each of us. It's the way we think, it's the way we feel, and it's the way we behave. The way we react, laugh, and even how we handle awkward moments. Over time, our personality evolves, shaped by our families, friends, experiences, and sometimes even the challenges we face. Now, why does personality development matter? The answer is simple. When we work on understanding and improving ourselves, everything else in life seems to fall into place. Our relationship flourish, our confidence grows, and we feel more in tune with our goals and aspirations. Let's start with being wise and confident. Confidence is like a foundation of a strong personality. When we believe in ourselves, it shows, and others are naturally drawn to us. But confidence is not about arrogance. It is about being genuine. Pairing confidence with kindness, it is a powerful combination. A kind word or a simple gesture, they can leave a lasting impression and strengthen our connection with others. Next, let's focus on listening. How often do we truly listen to what others are saying? Not just hearing words, but paying attention with genuine interest. Listening helps us learn and grow. The more we listen, the more knowledge we gain, And this knowledge builds our confidence. Personality development also requires self-awareness. Taking time to reflect on our strengths, weakness, and what drives us is invaluable. When we understand ourselves better, we can work on areas that need improvement while celebrating the traits that make us special. We also need to step out of our comfort zones. Let's challenge ourselves to try new things, meet new people, and embrace different perspectives. Each new experience, it adds depth to our personality, making us more adaptable, open-minded, and confident in who we are. Lastly, let's not underestimate the power of emotional intelligence. It's not just about how much we know or how skilled we are. It's about how well we understand and manage emotions. Now, let us use a little analogy to understand this better. Picture a chariot on a journey. The chariot is steering, aiming for a destination. The horses pulling the chariot represent your senses. Those impulses pulling you in all directions. The reins are your mind, trying to control those impulses. The intellect is the charioteer guiding the reins with wisdom. And you, your soul, are the master of this chariot. Ask yourself this. In life's journey, who is in control? True success comes when you take the reins and let your wisdom guide you. This leads to another powerful idea, understanding yourself beyond the surface. Your physical body is just the grass layer, the part that grows, the part that changes and that ages. Beneath it, it lies a finer layer that is our mind, our intellect, our energy and our ego. But here is the kicker. You are not these layers. Your true self is deeper, unchanging and infinite. When you connect with this deeper self, it is incredibly liberating. Life's ups and downs, challenges, and even success, they can't shake you because you are rooted in something eternal. This understanding helps us stay calm under pressure and resilient in tough times. It's like building an unshakable foundation for our lives. But let's be real, life is not just about sitting still and meditating. It's about action. The key is learning to act without letting negativity or distractions take over. Negative emotions like anger, jealousy, or fear of don't just weigh you down. They ripple out, affecting those around you. The trick is to pause between feeling and reacting. It's not easy, but with practice, we can build this pause button and choose responses that align with our goals. Taking responsibility for our life is another big step. Sure, it's easy to blame circumstances or people when things go wrong. But think of it this way. When you take charge of your reactions, thoughts and actions, we become the author of our own life. We stop being a victim and start being a creator. Now let's talk about our work. There is work driven by fear or greed. And then there is a work driven by love and purpose. The second type, that's where the magic happens. When we focus on contributing to others, our work stops feeling like a grind and starts feeling fulfilling. True success is not about climbing the ladder for personal gain. It's about lifting others as we rise. And speaking of making a difference, love is a game changer. Not just romantic love, but a deeper compassion for others. This love combined with courage and determination, it can conquer any obstacle. It's a powerful force that can transform not only us, but the world around us. Courage is another cornerstone of personality development. Facing challenges head on, believing in our ability to overcome them, and inspiring others to do the same. It creates a ripple effect of bravery, strength, not weakness. It is life driving force. Finally, let's talk about faith. Not just faith in something greater, but faith in ourselves. If we don't believe in our own potential, who will believe? Whatever we think, we will become so. When we focus on our strengths, visualize our goals, and believe in our ability to achieve them, the world opens up in ways we never imagined. Now imagine personal development as a house built on 7 pillars. Each pillar supports our growth, and together they create a solid foundation. The first pillar is about personal skills. These are the qualities we either have naturally or develop over a time. Things like dependability, things like creativity, adaptability, and teamwork. The second pillar is personal growth. This is where we challenge ourselves to step out of our comfort zone and aim higher. Growth doesn't happen when we stay in our cozy bubble. It happens when we take risks, make mistakes, and learn from them. Every small effort counts. Personal power is the third pillar, and it's all about connection and resources. Surround yourself with people who inspire you, support your dreams, and push you to be better. And let's not forget financial freedom. It gives us the flexibility to seize opportunities when they come knocking. Next up is personal improvement. This is about cultivating good habits and maintaining a positive attitude. Prioritize what truly matters and learn to focus on the thing that brings lasting value, not just a short-term pleasure. A positive mindset can turn even the toughest challenges into stepping stones. The fifth pillar is personal empowerment. This is where you embrace creativity and think outside the box. Look for new and better ways to tackle challenges. Empower yourself by learning, experimenting, and finding innovative solutions to life's hurdles. It's about seeing every problem as an opportunity to grow. Personal analysis comes next. Self-awareness is the first step to improvement. When you know where you need to grow, you can create a plan to move forward. Finally, we have personal objectives. Goals are your compass. They give you direction. Without your goals, even the most ambitious efforts, they can go to waste. Set clear, achievable goals, both short-term and long-term. And don't forget to reward yourself when you achieve those goals. Celebrating small wins, they keep you motivated for the bigger ones. Personality development is not about becoming someone else. It's about becoming the best version of yourself. It's about stepping into your power, embracing challenges, and shining so brightly that you light the path for others. The journey starts within, and the destination is that's limitless. Thank you. Thank you so much. Greetings. Let's talk about the laws of attraction today. The law of attraction is the idea that we can bring into our lives what we truly want just by thinking about it and by feeling it and believing in it. It is as real as gravity. Just like when we drop something, it falls. Gravity does its job. Well, attraction is like that. It's always working. It's always pulling things towards us based on what we think, what we feel, and what we believe. It's something we might not realize, but it works around us all the time. Let's keep this in mind everything we do, everything we say, and even everything we think is like a boomerang. It's all coming back. So the first law is a law we have heard in physics. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. It means that whatever energy we put out into the world will eventually come back to us. If we put kindness, generosity and love, that will return to us. And on the other hand, if we put out negativity, anger, that's what come back to us. It's like tossing a ball against a wall. Whatever force we use, that's the force it comes back to us. We are constantly creating the world we live in, even when we don't realize it. It's like the famous line from the movie Om Shanti Om by Shah Rukh Khan.
कहते हैं अगर किसी चीज को दिल से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात उसे तुमसे मिलाने की कोशिश में लग जाती है.
The idea behind, if you really desire something from the heart, then the whole universe works towards helping you achieve it. It is a beautiful expression of the law of attraction from the movie Om Shanti Om by Shah Rukh Khan. When we deeply want something that aligns with our trust, desires, we don't just sit back and wait for it to fall into our laps. The desire becomes a focus, the desire becomes a drive, the desire becomes an energy that shapes our thoughts and actions. And when our thoughts and actions are aligned, we naturally start taking steps towards that goal. It may feel like doors begin to open, opportunities start appearing, and we encounter the right people at the right time. This is not magic. This is the law of attraction in action. Have you ever noticed that when you are in a peaceful state, good things seem to come in your way? It is not a coincidence. It is because we are turned into that source and life starts to support us in unexpected ways. Let's think about the power of intention. Before we do anything, we have an intention behind it, whether we realize it or not. And that intention is what determines the result. We start to realize just how much control we have over our own lives. It's like planting seeds. If you plant seeds of positivity, good things will grow. If you plant the seeds of negativity, well, we know what that brings. We are always in control of the energy we put out. If we want better things in life, we need to get clear about what we are putting out into this world. Our desires, when held with a clear intention, act like a magnet. The thoughts we consistently nurture send out energy, and this energy interacts with the world around us. We attract people, we attract situations, and we attract circumstances that resonate with that energy. For instance, when we desire love, we start radiating that energy and people respond to it. When we desire success, we naturally attract opportunities that lead us towards it. It is not just about wishing for them, it's about staying with those thoughts, really believing in them and doing the work to bring them to life. Imagine planting a seed. We don't just drop it into the soil and expect it to grow overnight. We water it, give it sunlight, and most importantly, we give it time. The same goes for our dreams. We need to be patient with ourselves. Often we get frustrated when things don't happen fast enough. But quick changes are not always good. Sometimes they can even cause more harm than good. So when we set our minds on something important, we need to stay with it, cultivate it, and give it time to grow. Now, what makes the law of attraction powerful is how we align our thoughts and feelings. We start by thinking about what we want, but more than that, we need to feel it deeply, and if it is already part of our lives. This is not just daydreaming, it is about truly believing that what we want is possible, feeling it in our hearts, and visualizing it as if it is already happening. That's the first step. But we can't stop there. We need to take action. It's not enough to just think about it and hope. We have to work for it. We have to work for it patiently and with dedication. The heart plays a big role here. When we send out our thoughts and desires with the pure intention from the heart, it's like we are sending our magnet that pulls what we want from this universe. There will be times when doubts creep in. We may not see any progress and it can be hard to keep going. But just because we don't see something doesn't mean it's not happening. Sometimes the most important growth happens beneath the surface, just like the seed we planted. So, if there is something you really want in life, stay with it. Cultivate it in your mind and in your heart, and don't give up just because it takes time. The law of attraction is not magic, but it works with the effort we put in. And always remember, our thoughts, feelings, and actions, they must all be in harmony. When we are in tune with ourselves, when we truly believe in what we want, the universe has a way of pulling things towards us. It may not happen overnight, but if we stay committed and true to ourselves, we will get there. What do you think? Are we ready to trust the process and keep moving forward? We tend to see the world around us based on what we carry in our hearts. It is as if the world mirrors how we feel about ourselves. When we are filled with negativity, we notice all the negative things around us. But when we are in a positive mindset, everything seems brighter, right? It's not just a coincidence. The energy we put out is the energy we attract. It's not some mystical force, it's just the way your mind works. Have you ever noticed how when we are happy, we keep finding more reasons to stay happy? But when we are sad or frustrated, everything seems to go wrong and we spiral into negativity. It's like a loop, a positive loop, or it may be a negative loop. We have the power to break that cycle. We just need to be conscious of it. Think about it. We can choose to shift our mindset. Yes, it takes practice. So let's practice this. Every morning, let's remind ourselves that we are enough. Let's stop waiting for some future version of ourselves to be worthy of success, love, or happiness. We are worthy right now. Let's start appreciating who we are, flaws and all. When we do that, we begin to see the world differently. We notice opportunities, we attract the right people, and we find ourselves in situations that help us grow. It's all about feeling deserving of the good things in life. Sometimes we block our own blessings because deep down we don't believe we deserve them. But we do. Each one of us does. We just need to stop holding ourselves back. We need to allow ourselves to be happy, to be successful, to be loved. And that starts with us, with how we think, how we feel, and what we believe about ourselves. The law of attraction is simple. We attract what we are. So let's be the best version of ourselves right now. Not tomorrow, not when we have reached a certain milestones, but today. Let's start loving ourselves, appreciating what we have, and believing that we are already on the path to everything we want. So, what are we waiting for? Let's embrace the power we have already inside us and watch how everything else falls into place. Let's take this further. Let's say we see ourselves achieving something big. Maybe it's something others think is impossible. We know the feeling. We know the feeling when people doubt us. They might think, this person talking nonsense, they won't do what they say. But we have got the power within us to prove them wrong. When we stand by our vision, when we keep putting in the hard work and remain laser focused, we get there. And nothing feels better than accomplishing what we said we would, especially when others didn't believe. We just need to declare what we are going to do and then go out and make it happen. It's as simple as that. We don't just say things for the sake of it. We say it because we know it's already in motion. It's like seeing ourselves as champions before the race has even started. That's the magic of it. Success doesn't come from just wishing for it, but from believing it's already ours and then working toward it every single day. The world won't always see things the way we do, but that's okay. What really matters is how we see ourselves. If we see ourselves as successful, powerful and capable, we will become exactly that. We attract what we believe in. It's the law of attraction, plain and simple. Our thoughts have more power than we realize. Everything we see around us, every success we have heard of, started as a thought, as a belief. It's not a magic. It's the power of our minds. We all heard the saying, if you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. And it's true. Even when things are not going well, when we are facing challenges, that's the time to dig deep and keep that positive vision. Keep that positive vision alive. It's easy to get discouraged, but when we can still visualize success in the middle of a storm, that's when the magic happens. That's when the law of attraction is working its hardest, bringing everything we desire closer to us. So let's stop waiting. Let's stop doubting. Let's start believing in the power of our thoughts. We can achieve anything we set our minds to. And it starts with seeing it, believing it, and working toward it every single day. Because once we visualize something with complete belief, the universe begins to conspire in our favor, and what was once just a dream become our reality. We all want to live a life that feels right, a life where things just seem to flow. Have you ever noticed that sometimes when you are really clear about what you want, things just seem to fall into place? That's not just a coincidence. It's about aligning ourselves with the energy of the universe. We are all part of this vast interconnected world. When we realize that, we start to see how we can tap into the power around us. We start to see how we can tap into the power around us. We are not separate from the universe. We are part of it. Imagine our thoughts, beliefs and actions are part of a bigger network that connects us to everything. When we understand that connection, we can use it to bring our desires into reality. Living in alignment starts with what's happening inside us, our thoughts and beliefs. Think about it, our thoughts are incredibly powerful. Our thoughts are incredibly powerful. They shape how we feel, act, and in turn, they influence the reality we create for ourselves. So, if you want to bring something good into our lives, whether it's success, happiness, or anything else, we need to start by thinking positively about it. It's not enough just to want something. We need to feel that we deserve it and act in ways that shows how we are ready for it. For example, if we dream of a new job, we can't just sit around waiting for it. We have to believe we can get it, prepare ourselves for it, and take the steps toward making it happen. It's about aligning our thoughts, feelings, and actions with what we want. The universe has its own wisdom, and when we trust it, we open ourselves up to all sorts of possibilities. Sometimes things don't happen right when we want them to, but that doesn't mean they won't happen. It's about having faith in the timing of the universe. When we relax and trust the process, we find that opportunities often appear just when we are ready for them. It's not just about money. It's not just about money or material things. It's also about love, joy, health, and fulfillment in all areas of life. When we live in alignment, we attract these things naturally. When we are in sync with the universe, we find that life flows more smoothly and we become more open to the good things around us. It's also important to practice gratitude. When we are thankful for what we already have, we invite more positivity into our lives. Gratitude shifts our focus from what is missing
to what is already there, and that energy attracts even more good things. This journey of alignment is not something we do once and forget about it. It's ongoing and it requires mindfulness. So let's take this journey of living in alignment seriously. Let's recognize that we are powerful co-creators of our own reality, and let's embrace the opportunities the universe presents to us. By aligning our thoughts, emotions, and actions with what we truly want, we can bring our dreams to life. Let's open ourselves up to the infinite possibilities around us and trust that the universe is always working in our favor. Imagine your mind has two parts, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. Our conscious mind is like the part that we are aware of, the one that makes decisions, but the subconscious mind is different. It's like the foundation of your house. It's always working in the background, shaping the way we think, act, and ultimately what we attract into our lives. When we were younger, our subconscious mind observed everything around us, beliefs, habits, and thoughts. Over time, these things formed a pattern, almost like a program running in the background. This program is called a paradigm. It's like a collection of habits that we live by without even realizing it. The problem is, many of these paradigms are built on limitations, ideas that might not even be true. Here is where the law of attraction kicks in. Whatever we focus on in our conscious mind, we send to our subconscious mind. That subconscious mind then sets the vibration of our body. Now, everything in the universe vibrates. We might have all the information, we might know what we want, but if our paradigm, the one deep inside, is still stuck in the old patterns, nothing changes. To change what we attract, we have got to shift that paradigm. And yes, it's uncomfortable at first. Trying to change our habits feels vague, even scary. But that's the only way to attract new things into our lives. Let's be honest, we have all felt that pull of discomfort when we try something new. It's like stepping out of a comfort zone, and it can feel awkward. But this is how we grow. We shift our thinking, change our vibration, and suddenly we start attracting better things, better people, and better experiences into our lives. The beauty of this is that it works both ways. If we are feeling stuck or unhappy, we can change it by shifting our thoughts and in turn our vibration. It's all about how we feel. If we are in a positive vibration, we attract positivity. If we are in a negative vibration, we attract negativity. That's simple. In the end, the law of attraction is not something we have to make work. It's already working. It's already working all the time. The real question is, what are we attracting? Let's choose to attract things we truly want. Success, love, happiness. By changing how we think and feel, together we can create the life we want, starting right here, right now. We attract things into our lives, whether we realize it or not. Like attracts like, love attracts love. What we think about, focus on, and feel strongly about, those are the things that show up in our lives. It's not just about saying positive affirmations or creating vision boards, though those can help. It's about the energy we put behind those thoughts. We have to train our subconscious mind by being mindful of our thoughts and emotions. When we stop worrying about the past or being anxious about the future, we can focus on the present moment. And in the present moment, we can start attracting the things we truly desire. So let's stop being reactive. Let's start being proactive. Instead of just hearing, let's really listen. Instead of just seeing things, let's truly look at them. The effort it takes to succeed starts in our mind. And as we go through life, let's understand that the things we seek are also seeking us.
It's like a game of football. You don't wait for the ball to come to you. You run toward it. You run toward it with faith, knowing it's coming. In the same way, we have to move towards our goals, even if we don't see the result right now. Because in the end, what we believe, we receive. The things we desire are equally seeking us. So, let's put our energy into the things we want, and we will be surprised at what comes our way. Thank you.
Today I want to talk about something powerful, something that shapes our lives and defines our success. That is attitude. Let's take a moment to understand the attitude of this incredible animal called lion. Why the lion can be a great source of inspiration for all of us. The lion is famously known as the king of the animal kingdom. But what exactly makes the lion the king? It's not his size, it's not his intelligence, it's not lion's strength. Actually, these are the qualities we often think of as essential for leadership. The lion's power lies in its attitude. Leadership is not about being the tallest, being the largest, or being the smartest. It's about having the attitude that sets you apart from your followers. And the lion embodies this attitude perfectly. You and I are meant to be the kings of our own planets, the rulers of our own kingdoms, the leaders in our own fields, and the conquerors of our setbacks and failures. But often we feel trapped. We feel trapped by lack of confidence. We feel trapped by traditions. We feel trapped by customs and rules, norms. We feel trapped by self-doubt. We feel trapped by the limitations. We feel trapped by the limitations that's set by our minds. Success don't come from external factors like size, strength, or intelligence. They come from how we think. The lion is not the tallest animal in the jungle. The lion is not the largest animal in the jungle. The lion is not the heaviest or the strongest animal in the jungle. And yet the lion commands. And yet the lion is the king of the jungle, and the lion is the king of them all animals. You don't need to be the smartest person in the room. You don't need to be the biggest. You don't need to be the richest. You don't need to be the fastest. You don't need to be the sharpest. You don't need to be the brightest, or you don't need to be the most skilled person in the room. But what you need is the right attitude. The lion cancels all barriers. The lion cancels all setbacks. The lion crushes all whatever the obstacles come in our path. Despite the lion's physical limitations, he commands respect from every creature in the jungle. One of the most remarkable things about the lion is the way other animals react to him. An army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by a sheep. Why? Because leadership can transform cowards into warriors. The lion's attitude turns weakness into strength and fear into respect. He leads not by sheer physical power, but by the confidence and by the courage he exudes. When the lion sees an elephant 10 times the lion's size and 50 times the lion's weight, he doesn't see an unbearable force. He doesn't think about how big or strong the elephant is. What the lion sees is its lunch. And because of this mindset, the lion acts accordingly. The lion attacks not because he is the biggest, but because he believes he can win. On the other hand, when the elephant sees the lion, despite being larger, stronger, and more powerful, Only one word comes to the elephant's mind, that is its fear. The elephant believes he is prey, and that belief makes him act like prey. The elephant's physical advantages, its size, its strength, its intelligence, it means nothing in the face of his fearful mindset. The lion's attitude, on the other hand, drives him to act like a king, and so he rules the jungle. This teaches us something profound. It's not the size of your challenges that determines your success. It's the size of your attitude. Your thoughts shapes your reality. You can be the most educated. You can be the most skilled person. You can be the most resourceful person in a room. But if you think like a follower, you will remain as a follower. Firstly, you can lack resources, you can lack experience, you can lack support. But if you think like a leader, you will rise to the top. The line reminds us that leadership is all about attitude. The difference between a leader and a follower is not in their abilities, but in their thinking. Leaders have a mindset that stretches them beyond their limitations. They see opportunities where others see obstacles and setbacks. The leaders act with the courage and confidence of a lion. I ask all of you today, how do you think? Are you limiting yourself because of your circumstances? Or are you rising above them with a lion's attitude? Write this down today. Attitude is the key. Attitude is the key difference between those who lead and those who follow. Attitude is more than just how we feel. It's a product of our beliefs. This is critical to understand because your attitude can never exceed your belief system. If you believe in yourself, your attitude will reflect that belief, and you will act with confidence and purpose. But if you doubt yourself, your attitude will reflect hesitation and insecurity. No one can fully step into leadership without having the right mentality and attitude. Leadership isn't just about skills. Leadership isn't just about titles. Leadership isn't just about positions. It's about how you think. Attitude is influenced by few key factors. They are attributes, aptitude, and altitude. Attributes, these are the gifts we were born with, our natural talents and our strengths. Everyone has unique attributes that can contribute to their success. Aptitude, this is our skill level and knowledge base, which is why education and learning are so crucial. We need to cultivate our attributes through learning, practice, and training to maximize our potential. Then comes third one, altitude. This refers to our level of association. As we grow in aptitude, we will naturally begin to seek higher level of association. Leaders often choose their friends based on their destination, not just based on their current situation. Our attitude is influenced by the company we keep. Attitude is our belief system. We began to understand that our lives were shaped by our thoughts and beliefs. If you want to live beyond your current limits, you have to change your belief system. Leaders are born when they discover a new belief system. The belief system that aligns with the potential they hold. Your life right now is a reflection of what you think. If you don't like where you are now, you need to change how you think. No amount of training, no amount of seminars, no amount of networking will replace the right attitude. Your perception of who you are and why you exist determines your leadership potential. To cultivate the right attitude, you need to work on three things. Your perception of who you are. your perception of who you are. You must have a clear and empowering self-concept, not based on others' opinion, but on your true potential. Your understanding of why you exist. The second factor, your understanding of why you exist. Every person is born with a purpose. Discovering this purpose is crucial to unleashing your leadership abilities. And the third point, your sense of significance. Your sense of significance. You have to believe that you matter. You have to believe that you matter. You do matter, that your life is important, that you have unique role to play in the world. If your belief system is weak, your potential will remain hidden. Remember, like the elephant in the jungle, great strength and intelligence mean nothing if your belief system tells you you are so small. Ultimately, confidence is a product of belief system. When you believe in yourself, you don't need to fake confidence. It comes naturally. Confident leaders act boldly because their belief system supports their actions. Attitude is not just about thinking positively. It is about aligning your belief system with your true potential. When your attitude is rooted in the belief that you are capable of greatness, you will rise above any challenge. Leadership is not a matter of size. Leadership is not a matter of strength. Leadership is not a matter of intelligence. It's about attitude. Cultivate the lion's attitude. Believe in yourself. Act with courage and lead with confidence.
Our minds are incredibly powerful. And when we recognize that, we can direct our minds towards success. By believing in ourselves, we can set the stage for action. If we think we can achieve something, we will. We can certainly achieve that something. If we doubt ourselves, we hold back from trying. It is belief that launches us forward, and it all starts in the mind. What we think is the foundation of what happens to us. If we want to change our lives, we must fight, expand, and stretch our minds. The thoughts we plant deep in our subconscious, nurtured by repetition and emotion, will one day become reality. This is why the thoughts we cultivate are so important. When we plant constructive, positive ideas, positive outcomes naturally follow us. But if we plant seeds of failure will be the inevitable result. The power of thought is immense. It's subtle but far-reaching, influencing everything even from a distance. Our minds are interconnected like spiders in a web, shaping the world around us through the silent force of thought. In fact, reality itself is a reflection of the thoughts we habitually entertain. When we start to think and speak about what we truly want, our minds shift, pulling us in that direction. Sometimes that's all it takes, a small shift in perspective or vocabulary to align us with our goals. To live a new way, we first need to think in a new way. Success, wealth, and abundance are all state of mind. We don't need material wealth to feel rich. We can start by thinking rich thoughts and inviting that mindset into our lives. Our environment, whatever it may be, it is a direct result of our thoughts. We rise or fall, not by chance. We rise or fall, it's not by chance, but by the strength of our aspirations and the wisdom we cultivate in our minds. The the stresses we face in life are not caused by the situations themselves, but by how we choose to think about them. Peace is a choice we can make regardless of what others do or what others think. And whatever we focus on in our minds consistently becomes our experience. The circumstances we live in today are the product of our past thoughts. And where we go tomorrow will be shaped by the thoughts we hold on to now. Our perceptions define the world around us. Nothing is inherently good or bad. It is our thinking that gives it meaning. And we possess powers far beyond what we usually imagine. We can do things we never thought possible, and the only limitations we face are the ones we impose on ourselves through our minds. Each of us holds within us the potential for greatness, but it starts with understanding the power of thought. Our minds shape our reality. If we want to change our future, we must first change our thinking. There are no limits. There are no limits to what we can achieve when we free our minds from doubt and embrace the possibilities. Let us remember that we are where our thoughts have brought us today, and we will go wherever our thoughts take us tomorrow. With the right mindset, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. We often find ourselves caught up in thoughts about the past and dreams of the future, forgetting that the present moment is where our true power lies. When we pour our heart and soul into our work, it may feel overwhelming, yet it is through this dedication that we find fulfillment. In moments of stillness, when we quiet our racing minds, the vastness of the universe reveals itself. A peaceful mind becomes a source of immense strength. Our thoughts shape our lives. Our thoughts shape our negative mindset. It will never lead to a positive outcome. Keeping our mind sane and open is the key to lifelong growth, regardless of our age. Life presents us with challenges, but by not complicating our thoughts and focusing on positivity, we can rise above them and live with purpose. Sometimes it's important to let our minds wander and see where it takes us. For the mind is not meant to be restricted, but it is meant to be ignited with passion and creativity. Obstacles and criticism may arise, but these only push us to grow stronger, transforming negativity into motivation. We must always keep our minds focused on our goals for whatever we conceive and believe we have the power to achieve. In moments of solitude, our minds gain resilience. This time of reflection strengthens us, teaching us to rely on ourselves. Even when things seem lost, we must remember that we have the strength within to persevere. Success is not determined by where we start, but by the faith and determination we put into every step of the journey. Being a champion is not just about winning. It's about showing up. It's about trying again and striving to be better. It's a mindset that goes beyond competition. It's a mindset that goes beyond competition. It's about self-improvement and dedication. To reach success, we must focus our conscious minds on our desires, not on our fears. And when weariness sets in, it's important to rest, renew, and come back even stronger. Life often swings between sense and nonsense, between clarity and confusion. But it's through these contrasts that we found our way. we need a strong mind to overcome setbacks and come back with even more determination. It's not enough to simply have a good mind. We must use it wisely, expressing ourselves even in the face of fear. Courage comes from knowing what needs to be done and having the strength to do it. Courage comes from knowing what needs to be done and having the strength to do it. Time doesn't heal everything, but our minds help us cope with the wounds of life. As we move forward, it's our resolve to succeed that carries us through. When challenges arise, we must stay strong, turning criticism into motivation and believing in our ability. In the end, the power to control our thoughts and our lives lies within us. As we journey through life, we must strive to keep our minds open, free from limitations. Education too. Education is not about filling the mind, but about opening it to new possibilities. By thinking for ourselves, we gain true understanding and wisdom. Our minds are capable of incredible feats when we combine knowledge, imagination, and determination. With courage and gratitude, we can face anything that life brings our way. The battles we face are often within our own minds, but by cultivating strength and resilience, we can overcome them. A calm mind brings inner peace, which is essential for our well-being. Our attitudes, not our circumstances. Our attitudes, not our circumstances, they define our lives. Our attitudes define our lives. The power we hold over our minds, the ability to remain focused on what truly matters. It is the foundation of success and it is the foundation of happiness. When we nurture our minds with curiosity, gratitude, and courage, we find the strength to live life to its fullest potential. Let us continue to believe in ourselves, put our minds to work, and achieve greatness. We have all heard that laughter is the best medicine, but have we ever thought about how humor can actually help us understand and control our minds better? Imagine the brain has this complicated machine, so many wires, circuits, and buttons. Sometimes it feels like it's running on autopilot, right? But what if I told you that humor can be the manual we need to rewrite it? To break out of those mental patterns that hold us back. Humor forces us to see things from a different perspective. When we laugh at something, it's actually because it surprises or turns our expectations upside down. It's like tricking. It's like tricking the brain into stepping outside its routine. You know how we can get caught up in serious, heavy thoughts, work stress, deadlines, life pressures, and we spiral down this rabbit hole of worry. Humor acts like a wrench thrown into those gates, forcing us to pause and say, wait a minute, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe I can see this differently. Ever notice how when you are laughing, even at yourself, the problems that felt so big starts to shrink? That's because humor helps us detach. It's like reverse engineering the mind. Instead of being stuck in problem solving mode, humor says, let's step back, lighten up, and maybe even poke fun at our worries. And when we do that, we give ourselves space to see solutions that we might have missed when we were too caught up. Humor also has this amazing way of reminding us that we are human. We make mistakes, we have awkward moments, and we don't always have it all together. And guess what? That's okay. Laughing at those things help us stop taking ourselves so seriously. When we laugh at our mistakes, we are training our minds to accept failure as part of growth. It's like saying to ourselves, hey, it didn't go as planned, but I will bounce back. And we bounce back faster when we are not dragging around guilt or frustration. Let's talk about fear for a second. Fear is one of those emotions that can completely take over the mind. But when we laugh at what scares us, we take away its power. Think of the last time you saw a funny video that made light of something you were nervous about. Suddenly, it didn't seem so terrifying, did it? Humor turns fear on its head. It's like giving your mind a pass to chill out, letting it know that maybe things aren't as scary as they seem. And then there is connection. Ever notice how laughter is contagious? It's like a shortcut to bonding with others. When we share a joke or a funny moment, we are not just enjoying the humor, we are building bridges with people. In those moments, our minds open up. We are more relaxed, more open to new ideas, and more willing to listen. It's hard to be defensive when you are laughing together, right? Humor breaks down those walls, whether they are walls we have built around ourselves or ones we have put up between us and others. Now, does this mean we can laugh our way out of every problem? Of course not. But humor is a tool we can use to shift how we approach challenges. It helps us reverse engineer the mind by breaking down the seriousness, letting in creativity, and reminding us that flexibility is the key. A flexible mind is one that can adapt, find new ways of thinking, and ultimately find solutions that a rigid, overly serious mind would overlook. So, the next time life throws a curveball at us, instead of getting stuck in overthinking or stress, let's take a step back and find the humor in it. Laugh at the absurdity, laugh at the unpredictability, and laugh at ourselves if we need to. In doing so, we are not ignoring the challenges. We are simply rewiring our minds to see them in a new light and new perspective. The one that full of possibilities and not just problems. Because at the end of the day, a mind that can laugh is a mind that can learn, adapt, and overcome. So let's use humor as our tool to reverse engineer the way we think and watch how it transforms not just our mindset, but the way we approach life. The mind is a funny thing. We think we are in control. We think that we are in control, but sometimes it feels like our brain has a mind of its own. We could be sitting quietly, ready to focus, and suddenly, boom, we are thinking about what we had for breakfast or why that one embarrassing thing we did 5 years ago popped into our heads. Why does our brain do that? It's almost like it enjoys messing with us. Take this for example. Ever walk into a room and completely forget why you are there? You had a clear plan just seconds ago, but the moment you cross the threshold, your brain hits reset. Suddenly, you are standing there, lost like, wait, what was I doing? You start retracing your steps like that will help. But no, that mind just decides to check out for a minute like it's on vacation. It's almost funny how that happens, but it shows us how easily our minds can wander. Then let's talk about overthinking. We all do it. We all do overthink. A simple situation can turn into a full-blown saga in our heads. Maybe we send a text and the person takes a little longer than usual to reply. Suddenly, our mind goes into overdrive. Did I say something wrong? Are they mad at me? Maybe they didn't like my last message. And there we are, spiraling into a drama that doesn't even exist. So this is what we think when we send a message and we don't get reply within the time we think. Meanwhile, they were probably just taking a nap or charging their phone. It's crazy how our minds can take the smallest thing and blow it up into something much bigger than it really is. Let's talk about dreams for a second. Dreams are another example of how strange the mind can be. One night, you are flying through the clouds, having a great time. The next day or the next night, you are late for an exam you haven't studied for. Or worse, you show up to work without pants. What's that about? Our minds take random pieces of our day, our thoughts and our fears, then mash them together like some sort of abstract or some sort of project. It's funny how the brain uses dreams to process emotions or thoughts we didn't even realize we had. And it doesn't always make sense. But maybe that's the beauty of it. And have you ever noticed how we often worry about things that never actually happen? Our minds love to play the what if game. We stress about things in the future, imagining the worst possible outcomes. Yet, how often does that worst case scenario really come true? It's like the mind likes to rehearse problems that don't even exist. Maybe it's trying to prepare us, but more often than not, it just causes unnecessary anxiety. The mind also loves to mess with our memories. Have you ever told a story you were absolutely sure happened a certain way, only for someone else who was there to tell you it went down completely differently? It's like, what? I swear I remember it like this. But our memories are tricky. The mind fills in gaps, changes details, and convinces us of things that might not have happened the way we think they did. It's not that we are lying, but our brains like to create narratives, and sometimes they are more fiction than fact. Funny. And then there is how our minds react to fear. Ever been completely fine and then you hear a noise in the dark? Suddenly, your mind goes into hyperdrive, imagining all possible traits. Every creak becomes a potential danger. Every sound becomes a potential danger. In reality, it's probably just the wind or the house setting, but your brain is not having it. It's ready to go into survival mode. It's funny how our minds can create these wild scenarios when most of the time nothing is really happening. Despite all its quirks, the mind is incredibly powerful. It has this amazing ability to turn thoughts into action, ideas into reality, and dreams into plan. But as we have seen, it can also lead us on wild goose chases, make us laugh at how forgetful or irrational we can be, and keep us at night overthinking things that don't matter. It's a funny, but it's also what makes us human. So maybe the lesson is this. Instead of trying to fight the strange and unpredictable nature of our minds, let's embrace it. Let's accept our minds and mindsets. Let's laugh at the times we overthink. Let's forget or dream of the various scenarios. Because in the end, the mind is a funny thing, but it also the most powerful tool we have. And if we can find humor in its quirks, we can learn to navigate life with a little more ease, patience, and lot more laughter. Thank you.
Today, I want to talk about something that many of us dread, misunderstand, and do everything to avoid. That is failure. But what if I told you that failure is not something to fear, but something to embrace? What if I told you that failure is not a dead end, but a stepping stone to success? Our world is full of stories that show us how failure can become one of the most powerful tools for achieving greatness. So today, let's focus on one of the most formidable forces in our lives, failure. Today, let us talk about fear of failure and the fear of making mistakes. The truth is, fear is not the enemy. Fear is the foundation upon which greatness and glory can be built. The secret of life is not about avoiding failures, but about the strength to rise every single time we fail. Failure is not about falling, it's about the courage to rise again. We stand taller, we stand stronger, and we stand more resilient. Many of us are paralyzed and victimized by the fear of failing. But it is impossible to live without failing. We must learn to accept failure because everyone fails at some point in their lives. It's not the act of failing that defines us, but the act of never having tried to succeed over failure that defines us. Don't let the fear stop your journey thinking of what might happen in your life. When we allow ourselves to accept failure, we can open the door to true success. If we stop at failure, we cut ourselves off from the glory which lies on the other side of our journey. Failure is not the opposite of success. Failure is not the opposite of success, but failure is a part of success. We can learn a lot from children regarding this failure. Children are not bound by the fear of judgment. Children, they simply keep going, moving, trying again and again without fear of failure. But as adults, we must learn from them to rediscover this nature of children. The nature of fearlessness, we can learn it from children. And what happens when we fail? In case if we fail, we learn, we grow, we become the best version of ourselves. So we can learn a lot from children. We must welcome our mistakes. We must study our mistakes. We must use our mistake as our greatest teachers. It's only when we risk failure, then only we can discover great things. If we cannot step out of our comfort zones, if we cannot step out of our comfort zones today, we limit our ability, we limit our capability. So we cannot truly experience life. It is glorious even to fail in great attempts. Great failures can bring glory not the failures. But the attempts we did, they brought us glory. Do not fear failure, fear mediocrity, fear regret, fear never having tried. The one who fails and gets up is always stronger than the one who never tried. Today, don't fear failure, but rather fear not trying. I urge each one of you today, let your fear of failure become the fuel for your success. Make it the fuel of your success. Your failure has to turn it into your success. Let the voice of failure, doubt be drowned by the roar of your courage. And let every stumble you face make it a step towards your greatness. Fear can convince us by saying failure is the end, a dead end. But failure is not the end or dead end. But giving up is the dead end. The only way to truly fail is to stop trying. When we stop trying, then only we fail. And it makes us an average person who fears failure. There are two different types of persons, average persons and great persons. Choose today whether you are an average person or great person. In these two categories, the difference lies in how we perceive and how we respond to failures. The great people, those who succeed, and those who succeed understand that failure is not a sign of weakness, but a sign of courage. A courage to try again and again, to keep going when things get tough. After all, when man faced with failure, when we faced with failure, average people give up. But the great ones find the strength to try one more time. Let's introspect. Let's check ourselves today whether we are in the category of average people or ones who destined for glory and greatness by conquering failures like great people. So today we have to introspect in which category we belong to. We have to remember trying and failing is far better than never having tried at all. If we let the fear of failure dictate our choices, we will never know the heights of our life's journey. And we never know the heights of what we are capable of reaching, the heights, the potential in our lives. We may be disappointed if we fail, but we are doomed if we don't try. Fear kills our dreams, not the failure. Failure never kills our dreams, but not trying kills our dreams. Failure will convince us to stop before we even begin our journey. But failure is only a temporary detour on our journey. It is a delay. It is a detour. It's not defeat. Failure is not defeat. Failure is not something to be feared. It is something to be embraced. It is something to be accepted. Because in every failure, there lies the seed of an equaling, a great success. There lies the seed of success in failure. That is, we have to recognize today. Understand that we may encounter many defeats, but we must not let them define us. It is necessary to encounter setbacks so that we can know who we are, what we can rise from, and how we can still come out of those failures. Success is often achieved by those who don't even realize that failure is inevitable, because it is not failure itself that matters, but our willingness to rise every time we fail. Failure is simply success in progress. Failure is simply success in progress. It is the process of refining our skills, building our resilience, discovering our true selves. It is the very force that shapes us into the people we are meant to be. Let's not allow our failures to go to our hearts. My dear friends, remember this. We should not allow our failures to go to our hearts. And let's not allow our success to go to our heads. Greatness is not about never failing. It is about how many times we get back up. It's about developing success from failures, using discouragement and defeat as stepping stones to achieve our dreams. So let's not judge ourselves by our success alone, but by the number of times we fell down and found the courage to stand up again. Let every failure to be a lesson. Let it teach us. Let it guide us. Let's not failure define us. Let them refine us, because the past can hurt, but we have a choice to run from it or learn from it. Each mistake we make, it means we are learning faster whenever we commit a mistake, which means we are learning faster, we are growing stronger, and we are moving closer to our goals. My dear friends, in this way we are learning, that is, we are supposed to accept from our failures. So we step forward on the journey of life. Remember this, fear is temporary. Fear is temporary, but regret is forever. Failure should not rob us the joy of discovery, our own potential. It robs our potential. We must allow failure to be the portal of discovery, because it meant to be the portal of discovery of inner strength over failures. Let's give ourselves permission to fail, and in doing so, we give ourselves permission to succeed beyond our wildest dreams. When a child is learning to walk, they stumble, they fall numerous times before finally mastering the skill of walking. Do we label the children attempts as failures? No. We see them as learning opportunities, which is a necessary part of growth. So, why should we fear our own failures as adults when children ignore such temporary failures? Thomas Alva Edison failed thousands of times before finally inventing the light bulb. But when asked about these repeated failures, he said, I have not failed. I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Every failure was a lesson to him. Every failure was a lesson that guided him closer to his success. If you see the life of Abraham Lincoln, before becoming one of the greatest presidents in the history of United States of America, he faced countless setbacks. He lost multiple elections, failed in business, and even suffered a nervous breakdown. But these failures did not define what Abraham Lincoln is. They taught him resilience. His failures taught him resilience. His failures strengthened his resolve to succeed. If we see the life of Steve Jobs, he's the one who founded Apple. Once he was fired from the very company he created. Imagine being told that the company you built from the scratch no longer wants you. Most of us would have been devastated by that decision. But you know, Steve Jobs didn't give up. He used this setback as an opportunity to create new companies like Next and Pixar, which ultimately led to his return to Apple. Under his leadership, under Steve Jobs' leadership, Apple became one of the world's most valuable companies. These stories show us that continuous failures do not determine or define our destiny, but instead, our reactions to those failures, our resilience to those failures, our willingness to those failures, and our willingness to learn from those failures, the determination to keep moving forward, they are what truly matters in our lives. We have to start seeing failures as feedback. Every setback provides us with information we didn't have before. It tells us what works and what won't work. So, we have to learn lessons from our failures. Once we shift our perspective regarding these failures becomes less daunting and more of a learning tool. So, we have to learn from failures. This is the first thing to overcome failures. Then, second thing is, after a failure, take your time to reflect. Why did things not go as planned? What could we have done differently? We have to use this information to refine our approach in coming days. Then third point, we have to understand that failure is a part of the process. Failure is not the end, but it is the process. Don't set ourselves up for disappointment when there is a failure by expecting everything to go perfectly. Setbacks will happen, and we must prepare to deal with those setbacks constructively so that we can overcome failures. Then comes to the fourth point to overcome failures, that's building resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from failures. We can strengthen our resilience by practicing patience, by staying optimistic, by focusing on our long-term goals rather than short-term setbacks, so that we can conquer failures. Then fifth point to overcome failures, don't hesitate to reach out for help or support. Discuss your failures with your mentors, friends, family members. It can provide valuable perspectives and emotional support. So, when we face failures, we should not hesitate to take support from our peers, friends and family members. And we have to reframe our failures. Every experience, whether good or bad, it adds value to our life. If we fail, we have gained a unique experience that no one else has. So, use it as your experience, use it as your advantage, so that we can conquer failures. We can turn failures into success with a formula that is called fail, learn, adapt, and persist. Fail. Don't be afraid to try something and fail at it. Learn. Analyze the failure to extract valuable lessons. Third one, adapt. Make changes based on what we have learned. Fourth one, persist. Keep going, moving forward, and never give up. Failures do not define us. What defines us is how we react to failures, how we learn from those failures, and how the way we use those failures to shape our future. Success is not measured by the number of times we avoid failures, but the number of times we stand back up, stronger and more determined than before. Let's accept our failures. Let failures be the foundation of our success. Finally, as we are talking about failure today, the world is full of failures. The world is full of stories of people who have turned failures into triumphs, business that rose from ashes, and nations that emerge stronger from turmoil. It's time to add our own stories to this list.
Let's transform every failure into stepping stone. Let's embrace the power of perseverance and let's become the best version of ourselves. Thank you.
We live in a world filled with fear. It manifests in countless forms. Some we are aware of, and others we don't realize. Fear is a fundamental part of human existence, ingrained in our mind, shaping our decisions and behaviors. But what exactly is fear? Why does it wield such immense power over us? Fear is a natural emotional response to perceived dangers. It is a survival mechanism designed to protect us from danger. But while it can be a protective force, fear can also become an enemy. It is a barrier that holds us back from achieving our true potential. Ignorance is the parent of fear. When we fear something, it's often because we don't understand it. So truly, ignorance is the parent of fear. Fear comes in many forms. There is a fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of the unknown, and fear of change. Some fear physical dangers, while others dread emotional pain. Throughout history, fear has played a significant role shaping societies, influencing individuals. In history, fear has driven wars, fear has dictated policies, and fear has shaped cultures. Let's explore some types of fear. Rational fear. It is the fear of real dangers like physical threats. It protects us from dangers. Then irrational fears are phobias. These are intense fears that are disproportionate to the actual threat. People fear things like water, aquaphobia, spiders, arachnophobia, or flying, acrophobia. They fear these even though they may never encounter real danger. Fear of the unknown. This is perhaps one of the most common and powerful fears. It is always easier to be afraid of something we cannot see. The uncertainty of the failure of what we do not understand terrifies us. In fact, it is not the dark we fear, but what could be hiding within it. Today, our fears often stem from psychological threats like rejection, failure, humiliation, insignificance. Sometimes we have a deep fear of not living up to our own potential or without making our lives meaningful. Fear has been used as a tool throughout the history, particularly by those in power. Fear of control, fear of oppression, fear of losing freedom. These have been used to manipulate our societies. One of the darkest examples of fear in history is the spread of totalitarian regimes, where fear of the unknown and fear of others is often weaponized. The masses are controlled not by their desire for freedom, but by their terror of the consequences of rebellion. The biological uselessness of pain and fear can often paralyze us when we need to act the most. Think about moments in our own life when fear has frozen us. Fear can hold us back. Fear can trap us in inaction, and it can stop us from pursuing the things that matter. A man that flies from his fear may find that he has only taken a shortcut to meet his fear. Running away from fear does not diminish it. It only gives it more power. The more we avoid our fears, the larger they loom over us. So how do we face our fears? The answer lies in we have to acknowledge the fear, we have to understand the fear, and then moving through the fear. We must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total destruction. Let's face our fears. Let's permit it to pass over us, and let's permit it to pass through us. And when fear has gone past, we will turn the inner eyes to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing, only we will remain. We must confront our fears, not by pretending they don't exist, but by allowing them to move through us and then let them go. Then if we deny fear, it will go. If we deny fear, it will go stronger. We must look fear in the face and move forward despite its existence. In a Game of Thrones, we can hear this. Can a man still be brave if he is afraid? To which the response is, that is the only time a man can be brave. Fear is a challenge we all face. If you want to conquer your fear, we can conquer through our desire for growth, our desire for meaning, our desire for purpose, our desire for ambition. As humans, we desire to live fully, to explore the unknown, and to discover who we truly are. If we allow fear to control us, we lose our potential. But when we confront it, we unlock new levels of courage and wisdom. One powerful story of overcoming fear is that of Nelson Mandela. After spending 27 years in prison, Mandela emerged not with bitterness but with strength and the determination to lead a nation out of apartheid. He once said, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear but the triumph over fear." Fear is a universal phenomena, one that shapes our lives, our societies, and our history. But fear is also an opportunity. It is a chance for our growth, chance for our courage, and for transformation of our lives. We may not be able to eliminate fear, but we can learn to live with fear, to rise above the fear, and to become stronger for having to face the fear. Remember, men go too far, greater lengths to avoid what they fear than to obtain what they desire. So let us choose to face our fear. Overcoming fear offers numerous transformative benefits that can enhance both our personal, professional, and historical things. Here are some key advantages of overcoming fear. Overcoming fear offers numerous transformative benefits that can enhance personal and professional lives. Here are some key advantages. Personal growth and resilience. By overcoming fear, we foster personal growth. When we confront fears, whether large or small, we develop resilience and the ability to handle adversity more effectively. Each victory over fear builds confidence and emotional strength, making future challenges easier to face. Unlocking our potential. Fear often acts as a barrier to realizing our true potential. By overcoming it, we open the door to new opportunities, experiences, and achievements. We become willing to take risks, try new things, and push boundaries, which leads to self-discovery and success. Increased confidence and courage. Facing and overcoming fear builds confidence in ourselves. We begin to trust our abilities and believe in what we are capable of. This newfound courage empowers us to pursue dreams, tackle difficult tasks, and stand up for what we believe in. Better relationships. Fear of rejection or fear of conflict can prevent us from forming deep connections with others. When we overcome fear, we communicate more openly, express ourselves honestly, and cultivate stronger, more meaningful relationships. Freedom and empowerment. Fear limits our freedom. It can keep us stuck in our comfort zones, afraid to venture out and explore. By overcoming it, we free ourselves from self-imposed limitations, enabling us to live life more fully, authentically, and on our own terms. Enhanced creativity and innovation. Fear of failure or criticism can stifle our creativity. Overcoming fear encourages us to experiment, innovate, and think outside the box without worrying about judgment. This can lead to groundbreaking ideas and accomplishments. Setting a positive example. By overcoming fear, we inspire others to do the same. Whether it's our children, friends, or colleagues, our courage can serve as a role model, motivating others to tackle their own fears and grow in the process. The greatest benefit of overcoming fear is the sense of empowerment, fulfillment that comes from taking control of our lives. Fear no longer dictates our actions, allowing us to pursue our dreams and live a more fearless, purpose-driven life. We have a great leader, Winston Churchill, one of the most renowned leaders of the 20th century, rose to prominence during one of the darkest times in the world history, that is World War II. The British people were gripped by fear of bombings, invasions, and the collapse of their way of life. Many in Britain ready to negotiate with Hitler, hoping to avoid the devastation of war. Churchill saw this as a betrayal of everything Britain stood for: freedom, democracy, and justice. So he refused to let fear dictate their future. Churchill chose to harder path, to resist, to fight, and to rally the nation to stand firm in the face of overwhelming odds. Churchill's leadership became a beacon of hope and resilience, guiding Britain through fear and inspiring not only his own country but the entire free world. Churchill's words became a source of strength in his famous speech, "We shall never surrender," which was delivered in June 1940. This speech galvanized the British people, uniting them in their determination to resist, no matter the cost. Rather than succumbing to fear, Churchill turned fear into a call to arms, framing it as the ultimate test of Britain's strength and values. Throughout World War II, Churchill demonstrated that true leadership is not the absence of fear, but the ability to confront it head on and inspire others to do the same. Churchill played a pivotal role in saving the world from Adolf Hitler during the World War II. Churchill's resolve, his ability to confront fear with courage, and his masterful use of words inspired not just Britain but the entire world. He did not just help save Britain, he played a major role in saving Europe and the world from the tyranny of Adolf Hitler. Today I am speaking on something that touches all of our lives: fear of death and the importance of motivating those battling depression. Life is a journey filled with ups and downs, moments of joy, heartbreak, and inevitable encounters with loss and fear. But what makes difference is how we choose to face those challenges. Whenever I visit my native place, Manuguru, at the entrance of the town, there is a graveyard with pictures of recently departed souls. Those people, once filled with life, now gazing at us from memorial flex boards. Many of them young, too young, with stories left unfinished. At times, I wonder, one day, could it be my picture there, hanging in garlands? Could I occupy a place in that very graveyard? Thoughts like these can creep in, whispering fear and anxiety. Yet, we must remember one essential truth. Death is inevitable, but until the day arrives, we have to fight because we have life. And with this life, we have the power to create hope and fight back. Loss is unavoidable. Loss is a part of life. Whether it's the death of a loved ones, the loss of a relationship, maybe divorce, maybe missed promotions, or even the collapse of a lifelong dream. We are surrounded by loss. I too have walked through the periods of deep grief in my life many times. The grief was unrelenting for days, weeks, even for years. I was swallowed by feelings of hopelessness. I felt like I had lost my purpose of life, my drive, my reason to keep going. I felt like I lost everything. Many of you today, many of you may have felt the same depression. Depression can feel like a bottomless pit dark, isolating, suffocating. But I want to remind you, everyone, that in every challenge there is an opportunity. In every loss there is a chance for something new to grow. Our greatest struggles that we discover our true strength. The stages of grief are natural. They are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. They are all part of the human experience, but they do not have to consume us. There is a way through the pain. There is a way even when it feels unbearable. So, how do we fight today? That's the matter. How do we rise from the depths of grief and depths of depression? It starts by accepting that life itself unpredictable. There will always be losses, be it through death or failures in our personal and professional lives. But the beauty of life is that in the face of these losses, we don't lose hope. We adapt, we grow, we create something new. Understand this. Every moment you breathe, every step you take is a victory over death. Yes, we may have fears. Yes, we may face depression. But as long as we are alive, there is always the chances for the change, for healing, for renewal. Remember, your story is not yet completed. Remember, your story isn't over yet. There is more to be written in your life, more story to be written in your life. As long as you are here, you have the power to write your own story, to fight for your dreams, and to inspire others to do the same. Loss will come. It comes for all of us, but never lose hope. Let's embrace life, fight fear. Let's help each other. We have to rise above the struggles we face. Together we can make each day count, no matter what challenges lie ahead.
Greetings. Let us talk about gender equality today. Gender equality is the idea that men and women should have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. Historically, most societies have been patriarchal, where men held the majority of power in every aspect, from leadership roles to making family decisions. In these societies, women often faced restrictions, not because they couldn't do things, but because it was assumed their role was different, often confined to home, often confined to kitchen. But there have also been matriarchal society. They are much fewer in number. In these, women held leadership and decision-making power. The idea of who is in charge, whether men or women, it has always fluctuated. Both male domination and female domination, both are not healthy in the long run. We see problems arise when one gender tries to take total control. It is not about one being superior, it's about balance. We are all shaped by history and culture. For centuries, men dominated because they were seen as stronger physically. Strength alone is not a measure of capability. There are psychological differences between men and women which we should celebrate rather than ignore. Men and women think differently, handle stress differently, and even communicate differently. These differences can be a strength if we work together. Women have slowly but steadily achieved milestones over time. They started entering fields once thought to be exclusively men dominated. It began with education. It began with education when women started getting degrees, when they took up jobs, and when they gained financial independence. These things empowered women to stand on equal footing with men in the workplace, science, arts, and even in leadership. We now see women heading companies, women heading our countries, women making their mark in all professions. The transition has been slow, but it is steady. However, the road to equality is still bumpy. To really achieve gender equality, both men and women need to recognize their shared responsibility in this journey. Men can help by breaking away from outdated ideas of masculinity, and women can continue to push for their rightful place in our spheres. We need to see this as a collective effort, not a battle between men and women. Gender equality is delayed. Gender equality is delayed because change takes time and it requires a shift in mindset. Society, families, and even institutions, they have been built on these old ideas. To break them down, we need education, we need awareness, and we need more people willing to question the status quo. Men and women both need to see the value in shared roles, responsibilities, and opportunities. It is not about competition, it is about collaboration. Gender equality is not just a phrase or a distant goal, it's about creating a world where everyone, regardless of being a man or woman, can live. They can live to their full potential. Women and girls make up half of the world's population. And if we want societies to thrive, we need to unlock the potential that these are bring. When we talk about gender equality, it is not just about fairness, it is about creating peaceful, productive, and sustainable communities. It is clear that empowering women spurs economic growth and lifts societies. The more opportunities women have, the more they can contribute to their families, workplace, and nations. Yet, we know that achieving true equality is still a work in progress. Despite the advancements, there are still many areas where women, girls face discrimination or left behind. As the United Nations and other global organizations have pointed out, we have to address gender violence, give women equal access to education and healthcare, and ensure that women can participate fully in political and economic life. Women and girls need the freedom to make decisions about their own bodies and reproductive health, which empowers them to shape their future. What is important is that opportunities and choices shouldn't be limited by gender, whether it is in education, career, or family life. Both men and women should have the same choices, the same chances to pursue their goals. Achieving gender equality is not easy. It takes time, it takes effort, and it takes a change in how we think as a society. It means addressing stereotypes that have been passed down for generations. It means changing policies. It means changing laws and attitudes so that both men and women can succeed. But most importantly, it is a joint effort. Men need to support women in their fight for equality, and women need to advocate for the role of men in a more balanced society. The delay in achieving gender equality comes from deep-rooted social norms that resist change. It is not easy to change the way things have always been. But the good news is that change is happening, slowly but surely. More women are breaking through the barriers in education. More women are breaking through the barriers in employment, barriers in politics. Both men and women have roles to play in this journey. Men can be advocates for women's rights by challenging harmful stereotypes and supporting gender equal policies in workplace and homes. It's not just a woman's issue or a man's issue. It is a human issue. Gender equality benefits everyone. When both men and women can participate equally, societies become stronger, families become healthier, and the world moves closer to peace and prosperity. So, gender equality is not just something to dream about, it is something to work for. It is an unfinished business of our time. But with joint effort and continuous progress, it is a reality we can achieve. Men and women are like the two wheels of a bullock cart. Without one, society can't move forward. Together, they create balance, just like a sperm and egg combine to create life. Though men and women have differences, some are natural, but often they lead to unfair treatment. Look at how things have changed over time. There was a time when women were considered to be the queens of kitchen, but now men also cook. We have come a long way. We have come a long way in understanding that everyone, regardless of gender, they deserve the same choices. What to wear, where to work, and the freedom to speak. However, inequality still exists. In some places, a girl is expected to help with household chores while her brother's studies are playing. Boys are taught to be tough, not to cry, while girls are expected to be polite and patient. Men might relax while women serve food. Both men and women are learning new skills, but many still fear expressing themselves fully due to societal expectations. What we all need are basic rights. The right to be treated as individuals based on our abilities and not on our gender. Stereotypes based on gender, race, or any other group do more harm than good. Everyone should be judged by their actual capabilities, not by the group they belong to. True gender equality means seeing people for who they are, not their gender. It's about creating a society where both men and women are free to pursue their dreams and express their emotions without fear of judgment. Gender should never determine what you can or you cannot do.
truly equal world, tasks would be assigned based on skill, not based on gender. Men and women should stand side by side in every field, whether it is teaching, mining, or running a business. As long as someone is capable of doing the job, they should get it. Women live in a world where they still face many challenges. They go to school, they build careers, they get married, they raise children, and they face health issues, just like men. But the world they navigate is often more hostile. Women need equality in opportunities. Women need equality in pay, access to care, and protection from violence. This is not about creating balance. It is simply about doing what is right. We should all demand respect and never settle for less. Whether you are a man or a woman or anyone in between, we all deserve the same rights, the same opportunities, and the same respect. When I was a kid, I watched a Telugu movie called Jambalakiti Pamba, directed by famous E.V.V. Satyanarayana garu, late, with key roles played by Senior Naresh garu and Damani. It was a comedy film, but it carried a strong message about gender equality and, in a way, female empowerment. The story revolves around a woman played by Avani who gets fed up with the struggles she has seen as a woman. With the help of an old woman sage, she changes the entire city by switching the roles of men and women. Men becomes women and women become men. The fun begins when these gender roles reverse, leading to all kinds of humorous situations. But looking beyond the comedy, the message was quite serious. Since childhood, I have been fascinated by the idea of a world where women take the lead. And in a way, we have started to see that transition. While it has not been an instant or magical as it in the movie, women have steadily made their way into the world, breaking barriers and challenging norms. The shift began when women started getting degrees. Education became the first stepping stone. Then, when women began to enter the workplace and gain financial independence, we saw the real change taking shape. Women started making their own decisions, not just at home, but in the workplace, in the business, and in society at large. Women have reached milestones not through magical transformation, but through hard work, persistence, and the courage to claim their rightful place in our society. It is inspiring to see how far women have come. The film showed us a funny way to imagine a world where women lead, but in reality, women have been quietly and steadily claiming their space, making sure the world is not just for men, but for everyone. This slow but steady progress is the true story of empowerment. Gender equality is something we all talk about it today. Women empowerment is often seen as women being equal to men in every way, financially and socially. But to achieve this, some women feel like they need to give up what makes them unique as women. This is not what empowerment truly means. Real empowerment is about making women independent and educated so they can improve their families and society. Gender equality is an important, but it's also complicated. Nature made men and women different, each with unique roles that are necessary for life to continue. Men and women are not the same physically or biologically. The truth is, nature made certain distinctions between men and women that we cannot ignore, no matter how much we may want things to be equal. If we continue to blur the lines between men and women, we risk losing something very valuable, our ability to form families and bring the next generation into the world. Men and women complement each other in many ways, and if we try to pretend there is no difference, society will suffer. But it is also true that the imbalance we see today is partly man-made. In the past,
men and women had clearer roles. A woman was seen as a woman and a man was seen as a man. Today, we face a different issue, one that stems from our ever-growing ego. Over time, our desires for wealth, our desires for control, and our desires for recognition, they have made us lose sight of what truly makes us happy. Our ego has taken over, leading to confusion about even the most basic things like gender roles. Men and women are both necessary for the development of society. It's not about one being better than the other. It's about how we work together. Instead of forcing equality where there are natural differences, we should focus on how men and women can support and uplift one another. In doing so, we can create stronger relationships, happier families, and a more connected society. When we stop trying to fit everyone into the same mold and instead encourage mutual respect and support, we all benefit. In the past, women had little control over their lives. They couldn't choose whether or not to have children. And childbirth was a dangerous, life-threatening event in those days. Many women, they were forced into situations where they couldn't say no to avoid pregnancy. This lack of control made it easy for society to keep women in a lower position, denying them education, denying them careers. Over time, women have to fight for basic rights. The right to vote, the right to work, the right to get an education, and to control their own bodies. Even today, there are places where women face horrific conditions. They are forced into marriage as young girls, denied access to education, and kept in a state of oppression through violence and fear. These women are not weak. They are held back because they are denied the tools that would allow them to be free and independent. And it is only by giving people the resources they need, like education and financial independence, that we can truly create a society where everyone can thrive.
Emotions. Today we are talking about emotions. Emotions are the invisible forces that shape our lives. Emotions guide our decisions. Emotions fuel our actions. Emotions is a very powerful language that doesn't need words. Yet, emotions speak to us in every situation. From the joy to the sadness. The joy lights up our world and the sadness helps us grow stronger. Emotions make us uniquely human. We can compare emotions with the wind beneath our wings, driving us to achieve greatness. At the same time, emotions can be the barriers that hold us back. Understanding and harnessing our emotions can unlock our true potential. By learning to channel our emotions constructively, we can transform challenges into opportunities, failures into lessons, and dreams into reality. Remember, our emotions are not just reactions, they are signals guiding us toward what truly matters in our lives. Let's embrace our emotions because through our emotions, we can connect, we can preserve, and ultimately we can succeed. Emotions are a way for individuals to react to events, people, and situations. Emotions are fundamental in helping humans to navigate their environment and interactions. There are several types of emotions. Let's talk about basic emotions like joy, sadness, fear, anger, surprise, disgust, and complex emotions like love, guilt, shame, pride, envy, jealousy, and positive emotions like happiness, gratitude, hope, inspiration, and negative emotions like anxiety, frustration, despair, loneliness. These are the different types of emotions. Let's see how emotions affect us. Emotions are not just a psychological phenomena. Emotions can affect our mental state. Emotions can affect our behavior. Emotions can affect our body, and emotions can affect social interactions. If we take our physical body, let us see how emotions affect. Emotions can cause physical reactions like faster heartbeat, or like when we are in tension, quickened breathing, or butterflies in the stomach, which means a nervous feeling in the stomach. They are caused by emotions. And emotions affect our mind. Emotions can influence how we think and how we perceive the world. For example, fear can narrow our focus. Happiness can broaden our perspective. And let's see the emotions affect our behavior. Emotions can drive our actions. Anger might lead into confrontational behavior. Our happiness may encourage pro-social behavior. And also, emotions affect our health. Suppressing emotions or suppressed emotions, they can impact our health condition. Negative emotions can lead to conditions like hypertension and depression. Conversely, positive emotions are associated with improved overall health and longevity. So these are the emotions affect on our health. And emotions also affect our learning abilities. Let's see how. Emotions can either enhance or hinder our learning capabilities. Positive emotions can improve motivation and creativity. Negative emotions can impair cognitive functions and problem solving abilities. Emotions affect our relationships. Emotions influence how we interact with others. Emotions can be contagious, spreading from one person to another, and significantly impact the quality of our relationships. Why should we focus on our emotions? Why should we control our emotions? The question arises when we are talking about emotions. Controlling emotions, it doesn't mean suppressing our emotions. It means understanding emotions. It means managing emotions. Emotions managing in a way those don't overpower us or control our actions. Proper emotional control can help in making rational decisions because strong emotions could impact our judgment. Emotional control reduces stress and anxiety levels. Emotional control fosters better relationships by preventing impulsive reactions. Emotional control achieves a state of emotional balance, a state of emotional resilience. So if we take the example of great inspirational personality Helen Keller, a transformation is the best example for balancing emotions. Though she was blind and deaf, she found emotional strength through the guidance of her teacher. Her story is a testament to how emotional resilience and control can help overcome the harshest adversities in our lives. Emotions are a fundamental aspect of human life, influencing everything from health to relationships. While they are a natural and necessary part of our lives and necessary part of our existence, understanding and managing our emotions can lead to more fulfilled and balanced life. As Helen Keller beautifully said, the best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart. So let us embrace our emotions, use them wisely, and let them guide us to a place of growth and understanding. Love, compassion, empathy, and connection with others are invisible forces. We cannot measure them, we cannot quantify those emotions, but emotions are deeply felt. The joy of a parent, the joy a parent feels when their child takes a great success, it cannot be visually captured or touched.
It's a pride and happiness that fills the heart. Often people feel overwhelmed by their emotions, such as sadness, anger, or fear, as if they are being tossed around by waves in a storm. Today, I advocate you for mastering emotions, using those emotions for personal growth, and not letting those emotions dictate our actions or our lives. A professional athlete can channel the adrenaline rush of fear and excitement into enhanced performance using that emotional energy rather than being paralyzed by that adrenaline rush or emotions. So we should find ways to harness our emotions constructively. We cannot conceal the inner turmoil. We cannot hide our feelings because they are truly visible on our face. Even if we put on a brave face or smiling face, the pain we feel internally can manifest in subtle ways like loss of interest, changes in behavior, or expressions of sadness that slip through despite attempts to hide our emotions. This is why we notice when a friend or family member is struggling emotionally, even if they haven't openly expressed it, but we can recognize that they are suffering. Someone dealing with grief may smile and engage in conversations with us, but their eyes, their body language, they cannot betray the heaviness they are carrying. Emotions are the paradoxical in nature. A heartbreak can feel devastating as if the pain will never fade. Yet it is often love and support from friends and family that helps a person heal, even though love was the source of the original pain. In this sense, love is dual in nature, as both it's a wound and love is the medicine. A person who cannot feel joy, sadness, or excitement is cut off from the richness of life. Someone suffering from severe depression might say they feel nothing at all. It is more distressing than sadness because it means they have lost the ability to experience any emotion, whether it is positive or negative. Plants need water to grow. Plants need water to grow. Humans need emotions to heal. Our grief can be healed through tears. Plants also need sunlight. So we also need positive experiences like hope, love, and joy to balance and support our healing. Crying over a loved ones is necessary part of grieving, but at the same time, finding moments of joy, reminiscing over happy memories provides the sunlight that helps a heart bend and grow stronger. Emotions have always played a pivotal role in shaping historical events, altering decisions, and influencing the course of history. These historical events demonstrate how emotions such as anger, love, guilt, hope, and despair have acted as catalysts, altering the course of history and shaping the world as we know it today. Let's talk about anger, for example. Let's talk about the anger that changed the course of history with the example of 1789 French Revolution. It was largely fueled by the widespread anger and frustration of the common people towards the monarchy and aristocracy. And the fear, if we talk about the fear in World War II, the fear of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941 dramatically changed the United States' stance on World War II. The fear and shock caused by the surprise attack galvanized the United States to declare war on Japan and enter the World War II. The emotional response to this attack ultimately changed the course of war and the subsequent global power dynamics. In 1936, it is the example for love. In 1936, King Edward VIII of England, he abdicated the throne to marry Valley Simpson because he was deeply in love with her. The emotional power of his love led him to give up his royal duties and change the course of British history.
So that was the one example for love. Then let's talk about the grief. The grief caused by the death of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American boy who was brutally murdered in Mississippi in 1955. It sparked nationwide outrage and grief. His mother took a decision to hold an open casket funeral, showing the world her son's mutilated body. It evoked strong emotional reactions. This emotion called grief and anger propelled the civil rights movement. Then one more emotion we'll talk about, hopelessness. Hopelessness among people caused the fall of the Berlin Wall, that is in 1989. It was a powerful moment in history driven by the emotions of despair, hope, and yearning for freedom. World War I, 1914, it started because of the emotion called revenge. It started in revenge to the assassination of Prince Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary. He was assassinated by Bosnian Serb nationalists. It was an act fueled by nationalist fervor and desire for revenge. The assassination led Austria-Hungary to declare war on Serbia. This sparked a chain of reaction of alliances being activated, and soon much of Europe was engulfed in World War I. The revenge-driven assassination acted as the emotional trigger that set the stage for one of the deadliest conflicts in history. Indian history is replete with examples of emotional forces that have shaped India's path. The abolition of the practice of sati in 1829, where widows were forced to immolate themselves on their husbands' funeral pyres, was driven by the emotion of compassion. So sati was redeemed by the emotion of compassion. We can see a best example for compassion in the context of sati in India. The first war of independence, the revolt of 1857, it was driven by widespread anger. The grief caused by the Jallianwala Bagh massacre was a turning point in India's struggle for independence. British troops under the General Dyer opened fire on a peaceful gathering in Amritsar. They killed hundreds of unarmed men, women and children. The sheer brutality of the massacre left Indians in a state of shock, grief and deep anger. This emotional trauma fueled nationwide protests, strikes and a surge in support for the independence movement. Then comes to the emergency in India. The period of the emergency happened between 1975 to 1977. Declared by the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. It was marked by fear and repression. Political opponents were imprisoned, civil liberties were suspended, and the press was censored. The widespread fear and anger among the populace during this time led to a massive backlash in the 1977 general elections, where Indira Gandhi's Congress party suffered a humiliating defeat in those general elections. These examples illustrate how emotions. So as we go through these examples, emotions like anger, hope, grief, patriotism, compassion, they have significantly influenced the course of history. They shaped its evolution over the time. So in essence, as we are talking today, emotions are powerful forces that shape our world in unimaginable ways. They can change the course of history, influence the direction of societies, and alter the paths of our personal lives. From inspiring revolutions to forging deep connections, emotions lie at the heart of every significant change in the human experience. While emotions have the potential to uplift and drive us, they can also derail and overwhelm us if we do not manage them properly. By recognizing our emotions, by understanding our emotions, by conquering our emotions, we can empower ourselves. We can empower ourselves to lead more balanced, to lead more meaningful, to lead more purposeful lives. When we harness the power of our emotions wisely, we become the true masters of our destiny. We become the true masters by navigating
through life's challenges with grace and resilience. My dear friends, so let us embrace our emotions today. Let us channel them effectively. Let us strive for a life filled with happiness, growth, and fulfillment. In doing, we don't just change our own lives, we have the potential to shape the world around us in remarkable ways. Thank you.
Today we are talking about life and death. Life and death are the most profound experiences in our life. As we journey between life and death, we often ask their meaning and the significance of life and death in our life. As humans, we seek to understand the very essence of our existence on this planet Earth. So, let's begin with life. Life is a miraculous gift. Life is fragile and temporary, but life is incredibly valuable. Many of us are taught from that very young age that life is a gift from our God. Indeed, we feel that way when we cherish the countless moments of joy, love, and discovery. Life is a series of experiences, both interesting and boring. All these interesting and boring experiences together form and they shape who we are and what we are. There are moments in our lives when we feel that we are connected to something greater than ourselves and greater than this universe. These are the moments that remind us that life is worth living and our presence in the world matters. Then there is death. The idea of death often brings fear, but death is a natural part of our journey. Death is a destination that gives life its meaning. For some people, death is seen as an end, while for others, it is simply a transition to beyond the realms of death. One thing is sure, death is inevitable and unavoidable. We cannot escape from death, so our time is limited. This fact pushes everyone to make the most of each moment so precious. There are stories of people, those who near to the end of their life, they describe the experience as peaceful. In contrast, there are some other people with unresolved conflicts, fears, and regrets. For those people, death may seem a painful experience. And if we die today, would we have regrets? Perhaps we would regret the time we spent worrying about things that didn't matter. Maybe we would wish we had been braver, kinder, or more present. A regret often comes from the things we didn't do, the moments we let slip away because we thought there would always be more time. Many of us have experienced the loss of someone we love, and with that loss came unspoken grief. Sometimes we carry this grief in silence, and it manifests as anger or it manifests as sadness. When we think about how we want to be remembered after our death, reflecting on the life we lived, do we want to be remembered for our kindness? Or do we want to be remembered for the love we shared with the people? Or do we want to be remembered for our contribution to the world? Or do we want to be remembered for something deeper, for having lived fully happy life, for having embraced
both the joys and challenges of our lives, or for having accepted death as part of the journey. How do you want to be remembered? So there are many questions that rise. The choice is ours. The choice is ours. How do we want to be remembered? The choice is ours. People remember us reflecting on the life we live. Life and death are two intertwined realities that define our existence. As we move through life, we often forget the inevitable nature of death. But in doing so, we miss the essence of what makes life truly meaningful. If we were to remember that there is a death, it could become our greatest motivator. It pushes to live fully, love deeply, and love more. When we find ourselves facing the end, when we find ourselves facing the death, the things that once seemed to be so important, our worries, our fears, all begin to lose their power over us. We realize that life is about much more than those passing concerns, not our worries. It is about embracing every moment, even the difficult ones, with lightness in our hearts. There is a certain urgency in life. None of us live forever. Death is always near, hovering over our shoulders, reminding us every day that our time is limited. But this is not something to fear. Instead, it is a call to action. To be good. It is a call to action to be good while we can, to live each day with purpose while we are here. While it is in our power, we must try to make a difference, to be kind and to leave the world a little better than we found it. We have to leave a legacy of our lives while we depart from this planet Earth. Sometimes death smiles at us, and all we can do is smiling back to death. When we accept death as a part of life's natural rhythm, we become free to live without fear. We can greet each day with a smile, knowing that while death will come, we have the power to fill our lives with meaning and joy before death invites us. Because none of us can confidently say that we will still be alive tomorrow. Life is praisal. As we said, life is praisal, and each day is a gift from God. It urges us every day to seize the present moment, to act now, to love now, to live fully, because tomorrow is never promised. Perhaps death is like waking from a troubled dream. We have all experienced the relief that comes when we wake up from a nightmare, realizing it was not real, just it's a nightmare, it's a dream. It may be that death brings us a similar release, a sense of peace and freedom that we cannot yet understand. Many of us dream of leaving behind a legacy. We want people to say, a good person has died. This is the ambition that drives us to live with integrity, to earn our wealth in legitimate ways, and to give back to the society. It is not the material wealth we leave behind that matters, but the good days we have shared with the world. When the time comes, we need not worry about how to face death. When the time comes, we need not worry about how to face death. Nature itself will guide us, just as we did not know how to be born. When someone we love dies, a part of us goes with them. We feel their absence deeply. We follow them into unknown realms. The bonds we share in life do not end with death. In life, we are constantly building towards death. Every moment, every action is part of the process of preparing for our end. But this is not something to be sad about. It is simply the way life works. From the moment we are born, we are moving closer to our ancestors. Life is a series of transitions. These transitions bring us nearer to those who came before us. This perspective reminds us that we are part of something much larger than ourselves. A lineage that stretches back through time. And if death is the price we pay to live, then it is a price worth paying. Life is a game, and death is simply the stake we put up to play this game. Without death, life would lose its meaning. It is death that gives life its urgency and its purpose and its essence. Sometimes death offers a hiding place for the weary. After a long life filled with struggles, death can be a welcome rest place. A place of peace for those who have grown tired of the world's burdens. The boundary between life and death is often unclear. Who can say when one ends and the other begins? Life and death are part of the same continuum, a journey that we all must take. And as we walk this path, we learn that the true object of life is not merely to live, but to play, to enjoy the beauty and the wonders that surround us. We are lucky. We are so lucky because we are here. We are lucky we are here in the vastness of time. Many potential lives will never be born, never experience the joy and sorrows of this very existence. But we are here alive, and that makes us incredibly fortunate. Knowing this, that we are incredibly fortunate, we should live our lives with gratitude and purpose. Ultimately, the quality of our life matters far more than its length. It is not about how long we live, but how well we live that matters. We may not be able to control the quality of our days, but we can certainly control their quality. We understand that our purpose is not merely to survive, but to love, to serve, and to find joy in the adventure of living. In the end, life and death are intertwined, and life cannot exist without death, and death cannot exist without life. The more we embrace the reality of death, the more fully we can live. It is not about fearing the end. It is not about fearing the end, but about cherishing the time we have, making the most of each day, and leaving behind a legacy that speaks of love, that speaks of courage, and that speaks of peace. It is in this acceptance that we find the essence of life's true meaning. As we reflect on life and death, we begin to see that they are not opposites, but partners in the grand cycle of existence. Death does not diminish the value of life. The death enhances the value of life, reminding us every day that our time here is precious and fleeting. We are not meant to live forever, but while we are here, we have the power to live fully, to love deeply, and to make an impact that will last long after we are gone. In the face of death, we find clarity. We realize that the most important things in life are not the material success or the number of years we accumulate, but the kindness. But the kindness we share, the relationships we build, and the memories we create. We learn that to live without fear of death is truly living. Embracing each day, each moment as a gift, and when our time comes, we can greet death not with sorrow but with a smile, knowing that we have lived well, loved fiercely, and left behind a legacy that matters. Let us live in such a way that when we are gone, the world will remember us not for the things, not for the asset, not for the money, not for the assets we possess, but for the lives we touch. In the end, that is the true meaning of life and death. To love, to serve, and leave the world a little better than we found it.